Everyone,
Waalaikumsalam. Good morning, everybody.
good
Waalaikumsalam
morning, sir.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Dr. Willy Rinandya.
Morning.
Thank you for joining.
Pak Willy, Pak Nuriman is the first vice dean in our faculty.
Oh, morning.
Good
Morning, Pak Nuriman.
Good morning, Pak Willy.
Good to see
Nice
you.
to see you today. The second
Yes.
time, I think.
Oh, is it the second time? Okay, that's good. Kueka is looking good.
Yeah, I'm very well,
Okay.
Pak.
Yes.
Been a long time not to see you here in our department.
Yes, it's been a while. It's been a long while. The other speaker?
The second one is going to be Bu Yvonne.
Mhm.
The
Is
third and the
she-
fourth are
is she-
Bu Fitri and Bu Arin, Bu Musliatiani.
Mm. Bu Fitri is the moderator.
No, Bu Santi is going to be your moderator.
Oh, Bu Santi. Is she here with us?
Going to be. She is about to come here.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, there's somebody from Bhutan joining us this morning.
Because of your post, Pak. I do
Because
believe
of my
they
post,
are coming here because of your post.
Yes,
Thank you very
Yes.
much for your help, Pak.
which is good. And we've got somebody from, maybe from the Philippines as well. Oh, somebody from Pakistan. Another person from Pakistan.
The more the merrier.
Yep.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after this, perhaps we need 1 more minute to begin the webinar because we are going to check and recheck for all the stuff. Is my voice quite loud, Weka?
Yes, very clear.
Okay.
Nice and clear. Just do a quick check. Checking is my, yeah. Sibu Bilkis joining us. Bu
Yes,
Bilkis.
sir. Yes. She is
Okay.
going to be the moderator, perhaps, at the end of the the presenter.
Good.
Well, okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, okay, the Honorable Vice Dean
Waalaikumsalam.
1, Faculty of Education, University of Jember, Bapak Dr. Andes Riman, PhD. The Honorable, the Chairperson of Language and Art Department, Bapak Dr. Anurafik, MA, MSc. The Honorable, the chairperson of English Education Study Program, Ibu Eka Wahyuningsih, SPD, MPD, and also the distinguished guests and also the distinguished speakers, Pak Willy, Bu Yvonne, Bu Fitri, and also Bu Arin. Good morning. Well, okay, welcome to the webinar entitled Current Issues and Trends in ELT Research, What and Why. I am Rizky Febri as the Master of Ceremony today. Would like to tell you about the agenda. The first one is we are going to sing the national anthem of Indonesia and also the hymn of University of Jember. And also the second one will be the welcoming remark from the Vice Dean 1 and also opening officially for this webinar. And the third one will be the main event of this webinar. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we would like to sing the national anthem of Indonesia and also the hymn of University of Jember. And Mr. Dave, can you help us? Okay, thank you very much. For the second agenda, there is a opening remark from the Vice Dean 1, Faculty of Education, Bapak Dr. Andes Nuriman, PhD, and also open officially this webinar for Bapak Dr. Andes Nuriman, PhD. Floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the chairman who gives me the time to have a little bit about welcome speech today in this event. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to, first time, I would like to thank be to Allah for the head that He has bestowed upon us. And in this auspicious occasion, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all of you for the international webinar program with special topic on current issues and trends in ELT research, what and why. In this opportunity, on behalf of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, I would like to welcome, especially to our respective speakers, the Honorable Dr. Willy Renanda from Nanyang Technological University. I think it is the second time or many time I can much remember, but thank you very much for joining us and welcome to the University of Jember. And Francisca Mara Ifun, MA PhD from the University of Malang. She's also a member of ITEL and IERA. And our most beautiful speakers today, Dr. Siti Masriwatul Misridiah, MA PhD. Nice to see you. And our talented speakers also, Dr. Musli Aryani, M. Applied Language. Ladies and gentlemen, and at the moment we know that more than 1 billion people from all countries in the earth use English in daily life. The number of enthusiasts and the demand of the world of work today make the English language teaching very developed, especially in our country and also in Asia. Looking at ELT trend in Asia, some current trend and issue faced by students and also teachers in their daily life and also in their daily works, especially in our country. For example, the reality that the content needed to properly prepare English teachers has not been optimized through language work. And also the impact on the Industrial Revolution 4 brought many influences in education throughout the world, including Asia. This is caused a significant change in learning English. And I think so many current issues and trends in ELT will appear on our mind today. I do believe that there are many discussions about it. This is our chance to discuss with expert speakers today. Because of this reason, by reading Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, on behalf of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, I declare to open this event. This is my short welcome speech today. Finally, enjoy the time. Thank you joining us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks a lot for Bapak Dr. Andes Nuriman, PhD, as the Vice Dean 1, Faculty of Education, University of Jember. Well, okay, actually, we are, of course, waiting for the 4 spectacular speakers. They are Bapak Dr. Willy Renandia from Nanyang Technology University, Singapore, and also Ibu Francisca Maria Yvonne, MA PhD from Universitas Negeri Malang, and also Ibu Siti Masratul Fitriah, MA PhD from Universitas Jember, and also Ibu Musli Aryani, Dr. Musli Aryani, M. Appling from Universitas Jember. Okay, so that's why. So welcome to International Webinar on Current Issues and Trends in ELT Research, What and Why. Well, okay, I would like to invite the first moderator. She is Ibu Asih Santi Hastuti, MPD. Good morning, Miss. Can you hear my voice?
Just a minute. Good morning. Sorry. Can you hear my voice?
Okay, you are still mute. Perhaps you can unmute your microphone. Okay. Okay, all right.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I'm so
Hello?
sorry. I cannot get your voice clearly. I do not know, perhaps for the other people. Bu Eka, can you hear Bu Santi's voice?
Yes, I can listen to Busanti's voice clearly.
Oh, okay, all right then. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, the first moderator will accompany Pak Willy and Andia. Okay, Bu Santi, I will pass the floor to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, the schedule start at 8 and now it's still 7:47. 47. Are we going to start right now or should we wait for some audiences?
I think we should wait a bit.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes.
So while waiting for more audiences to come, I might introduce first the first sessions speakers. Just a moment. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to all of the audience who come and joining us today in our first webinar on 2023. My name is Santi. I'm going to be the moderator of the first sessions. And for the first sessions, we will have the one and only Dr. Willy A. Ronandia. Please correct me if my pronunciation is not correct while mentioning your
100%
name.
correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, I bet if you have joined many webinars, you will find a lot of Dr. Willy's videos a lot. But for those who had joined us for the first time, let me introduce him by reading some of his CV. So Dr. Willy A. Ronandia is a principal lecturer in Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and his educations, he got double master in University of Hawaii, Manoa, USA, 1989. And in the second one is in IKIP Sanata Dharma, Yogyakarta, Indonesia in 1982. And his doctorate in University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA in 1993. And his research interests are mostly in teaching English or as for the language, as also in extensive reading and listening and instructional strategies in multicultural societies. Well, and his last or publication in 2022, perhaps if Pak Will you have more updated publication, you can tell us later, because I only have your CV in 2022. I'm sorry about that. Just a minute. His current publication in 2022. Wow, there are a lot. Let me read some of them. The first is expanding students' choices in language with Jacob GM, sorry. And then what makes good language teacher? I think this is very important for me as well. In 2021. And any questions, ideas for encouraging more and better students' question? That's very important article that we need to read actually, because sometimes we are not able to make a good question so that students make questions as we expected. I think I can stop right here and I give Pak Willis the time to start his presentations. Time is yours, Pak Willy.
Thank you, Busanti. I thought we will be starting at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, maybe you can. Yeah. I think the audience like to hear you more than me.
Okay. Well, one of my latest publications is a book chapter, which might be of interest to many of you. If I remember the title, I think the title is Top 10 Characteristics of 21st Century English Language Teacher. And if you're interested, I can send you a copy of my book chapter.
Oh, thank
Chapter
you very much.
should be relevant to many of you who are learning to become teachers, or for those of you who are already English language teachers. Things that we need to do, things that we need to learn as we enter, as we teach in the 21st century.
Right, right. We need to keep updating our knowledge, right, as a teacher.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Ibu Francisca is here. Ibu Francisca, do you want to say hello to the audience?
Good morning, everyone.
Good
morning,
morning,
Ibu
ma'am.
Yvonne.
Good morning, Pak Willy, Bu Eka.
Morning. Ibu Mutiara Bilkis is also here.
Hello, sir.
Bilkis.
Finally, we got to meet you again.
Yes, and Sonam Jangpo. From which country again? Sonam? You're from which country?
Hello, Dr. Willie. I'm from Bhutan.
That's right, Bhutan. I don't know if you have heard about Bhutan. Bhutan is the happiest country in the world.
Oh,
Indonesia is probably number 2, but Bhutan is number 1. So if you are looking for a place where you can retire happily, go to Bhutan. If you don't have a lot of money, then stay back in Indonesia. Indonesia is also a very happy country. Can we just wait for a few more minutes, because many people may be joining us at 8 o'clock.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Will.
So who will be the next speaker after me? Is
Bu
it
Yvonne.
Ibu Yvonne, Ibu Santi?
Yes, Ibu Yvonne, and good morning, Ibu Yvonne. Ibu Yvonne is my
Good
teacher
morning.
in OM. And the next is Bu Fitri, if I'm not mistaken, from our faculty, and Ibu Arin.
Arin. Yeah.
Just give me a
Yeah.
second. Let me just get some water.
Okay.
Hi, Bu Yvonne. How are you? Finally, we can have you here, ma'am.
Excuse me?
Finally, we can have you here
No, thank you.
after a very long time. I've been trying to persuade you to be here with our Bapak.
Yeah, I've been busy doing things which are not important, probably. How are you, Bu Eka?
I'm fine. We are okay here, ma'am.
Great, great. Oh yeah, I've seen familiar faces and familiar names.
Let us wait for a few more minutes, and then we'll get started.
Yes.
Ibu Rahayu Sugianto, are you a teacher or a student?
Yeah, sir. I am a teacher.
You're a teacher, teaching in Jember as well?
Teaching at Banyuwangi.
Banyuwangi, okay.
Yes.
How far is Banyuwangi from Jember?
Around 2 hours. Yeah.
Hours. Yeah.
Okay.
2 hours.
On foot, walking, or
By
driving?
Of course, on train, on bus. How are you, Willie? And
I'm
how
doing
are you,
fine. I'm good.
Yvonne?
Yeah.
I'm good, thank you.
How are you, Ma'am Santi? How are you, Ma'am Eka?
Oh,
It's
did you?
been a long time.
Oh, did you study at
Oh.
Jember University? You
Yes,
did.
of course.
Yes.
And they are my
That's why.
lecturer.
Yes, I'm sure they were excellent teachers, excellent lecturers for you. Yeah.
Of course they are.
Fenty, are you still there, Fenty?
Good morning.
Hey, Rusiana.
Yeah.
Hello, Pak Willy.
Yes,
Pak
Ibu
Ivon.
Rusiana is from Kudus.
Good morning.
Yeah, how are you, Pak Willy?
I'm good. Yes. And how is life in Kudus?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's great here. Thank you. Pak Ivon. Pak Eka.
Hi. Glad to have you here, ma'am.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know what Kudus means in Bahasa Inggris. In
Holy.
Bahasa Inggris,
Holy.
Kudus
Holy.
is holy.
Holy. Yeah.
Itu tempatnya orang-orang suci katanya. Fenty, are you still there, Fenty? I think Fenty is planning a series of.
Yes, Pa, I'm here.
Yes. Yeah, Fenty, tell us a bit about your organization, the Extensive Reading Association in Indonesia.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm part of Extensive Reading Association, Indonesian Extensive Reading, together with Ibu Eka and Ibu Ivon, actually. So
And Rusiana.
yeah, we are an association which promotes extensive reading in Indonesia. So if you are all who are here also interested in extensive reading, you might want to join us in our Facebook. Join our Facebook, and also we're going to have a congress soon in Bali, and
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, Pak Willy and Ibu Ivon will be our speakers. So please join us. You still have a chance to join us as a participant, and hopefully we will be able to see you all in Bali.
Yes, it's always exciting to be in Bali, doing a little bit of work. But
And a bit of shopping, yeah, Pak.
yes, more shopping than working. Ibu Santi, can we start now? I think it's 8 o'clock.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Pak Willy, you can start.
Okay.
We have 1 hour, Pak Willy. So if you start at 8, we are going to end it at 9. While during the presentation,
for all speakers
the
or just for me? Just for me.
For you. Yes.
Okay. Good. Excellent. Yes. Selamat pagi, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little bit about my university. The name is Nanyang Technological University, and I belong to the School of Education, Fakultas Pendidikan. And locally, the Fakultas Pendidikan is known as the National Institute of Education. And that is the only teacher education institution in Singapore, which means that if people want to become a teacher in Singapore, they have to study with us at the School of Education, National Institute of Education. So in other words, we have the monopoly where teacher education is concerned. You cannot teach in Singapore unless you have completed your teacher education programs in my university. So do come and visit. If you happen to be in Singapore, please give me a line or give me a call. I'll be happy to give you a campus tour. And I'll be happy to show you the different facilities that we have in the university. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, my presentation is about how to choose a viable research topic in ELT. ELT stands for English Language Teaching. So the focus of my presentations, the examples that I'll be providing are all related to what we do in the classroom, the kind of things that English language teachers are thinking about, planning, doing things in the classroom. I'm hoping that my presentation will be useful for you because I'll be focusing on some of the more practical aspects of doing research in language education. Let me start by explaining what the word viable means, because the word viable is in my title. Wait. There you go. Okay, the word viable is a very important word where research is concerned, and it means at least three things. A viable piece of research is one that is suitable for you, one that is publishable. The second point is very important because for many people in Indonesia and also in other places, they want to be doing a piece of research that is suitable, that is relevant for their particular interests, for their studies, either in undergraduate or in postgraduate programs, but also more importantly, a piece of research that you can later publish supaya bisa dipublikasikan in a journal. And I'll talk about some of the journals that you might want to be targeting for your research papers later on. The word viable is also often associated with the word growable. And I will explain a bit more about what growable means in my presentation a bit later. But essentially what growable means is this: once you have selected a topic, once you have selected a topic for your research, you have to stay with it. You have to let it grow. Yeah. If you keep doing research on the same topic, I think you will be able to develop a deeper, a wider understanding of the topic. In other words, you don't want to do a one-off kind of research. You do a piece of research and then you're done with it. And then you try to find another research topic and then do a piece of research and then be done with it. I don't think that is a very good idea. What you need to do is to stay with the topic, let the topic grow, let you develop a deeper and more extensive understanding of that topic. After 5 years, after 10 years, I think you will become very, very knowledgeable. You will develop a very, very good and deep understanding of the topic. So in a sense, after 5 or 10 years, you'll become, kind of an expert in that particular area of research within ELT. I think that, to me, is very, very important. If you want to build your career as a language teacher educator, as a language educator, or as a researcher, then the last point becomes very, very important. If you look at Bu Yvonne, for example, she has been looking at 1 or 2 topics for her research. She is interested in technology, and she's been doing research in that area. After 5, 10 years, down the road, I think she will become somebody who is very, very knowledgeable about research in English language teaching. She is also interested in another important area of language education, and that is extensive reading and extensive listening. So if you're asking me about somebody from Indonesia who has done research, who is knowledgeable about that particular topic, then I would say that Francisca Maria Yvonne is one of them. She knows a lot about the topic, and she has written a lot about the topic, and she has done research in that area as well. Ngoten, Bapak Ibu sekalian, yeah? So 3 points. Number 1, something that is suitable, relevant for you, important for you, because it helps you in your job as an English language teacher or as a researcher. Your paper is publishable. I think that's very important. If you want to get promoted in your job, then you need to get some publications. And the third one, equally important, is something that you want to stay with the topic for a period of time, maybe 5 years or maybe 10 years. Okay. Now here is some practical example, a real example of a piece of viable research conducted or completed by a graduate student in my university that I supervise. The research was or had already been completed, and then it was published in a journal. So here is one example. Yeah. So this paper came from an MA thesis dari hasil penelitian S2 that I supervised. The student is from China. I worked for 6 months. So that is quite viable, that's quite feasible. And after she completed her master's thesis, we continued to work together. And then we sent the paper for publication in a journal. And the journal is quite good as well. Yeah, look at the topic. Yeah, the topic, the most important part of this title is automated feedback. So if you're looking for something that is trendy, something that attracts a lot of research attention, now this is one area that you might want to focus on. Yeah, the word automated has to do with what Bu Yvonne is interested in, technology. Yeah. In the language classroom, the teachers can provide personal feedback. The teachers provide feedback, but the teachers can also make use of technology. And one area of technology that is very popular these days is that it can provide automated feedback. It's not perfect, but it's something that can help teachers with their work. Yeah. So automated feedback is one area that I feel is very trendy, is likely to be of interest to many people for many years to come. So Bapak Ibu mahasiswa S1, S2, graduate students, if you're looking for a topic to investigate, this is one of them. Here is another example. Again, a published paper, a published article based on S2 research, master's research that I helped supervise as well. Yeah, the MA thesis was completed, and later the paper was published in a very good journal, actually. This journal is very good. It's called Computer Assisted Language Learning Journal. So it's a high-profile journal that is not very easy to get in. If you look at the title again, I think the topic is also, I would say, viable. The topic is likely to be of interest to many people for many, many years to come. Multimedia courseware. Yeah. In other words, this is computer-mediated teaching materials. So how do we know whether computer-mediated materials are useful for language teaching purposes? So this paper actually investigates aspects of basically e-learning materials using a theory. Now, that is another important thing for us to remember. When you do a piece of research, you need to make sure that you have a good understanding of at least one theoretical idea in order for you to contextualize your study within that theoretical framework. Yeah. Here is another example. Again, this is an MA thesis, yeah. Hasil penelitian mahasiswa S2. Again, I help supervise the students as well. Now, the topic is also viable, nothing to do or not much to do with technology, but this topic, metacognition, is a big topic in education. It's a big topic in English language education as well. anything to do with thinking, anything to do with reflection, I think will keep you busy, will keep you occupied for many, many years to come. It's a very good topic. This paper was published maybe about 5 or 7 years ago, and it has generated kira-kira 300 atau 200 citation counts. So it's a very good topic, and it attracts a lot of citations from other researchers as well. Okay, I've just given you 3 examples, ya, dari mahasiswa saya sendiri, from my students as part of their S2 research. For some of you who are new in research in ELT, it may not always be easy to find a topic, a viable research topic. Yeah. My advice to you, if you are a graduate student, or if you are an S1 student, and if you're looking for a topic that is viable, I think the first step for you is to consult your supervisors. If your supervisors tell you, cari sendiri, find your own topics, then you know that you need a new supervisor. I think it's part of the supervisor's job to offer suggestions. And that is the mistake that I made when I was a junior faculty. I always ask my students to find their own topics. It turns out that that was a big mistake, because students don't know much about what is recent, what is trendy, what is viable, what is feasible type of research and all that. So the first line of defense, if you are looking for a topic, is your supervisor or senior faculty in your department. Yeah. But there are resources that are available, resources that have been written by people in order to help students and new researchers to start exploring viable research topics. Ada 2 buku yang saya dapat. And both books are extremely useful for graduate students as well as for junior faculty members who want to jumpstart, who want to start their own research agenda. Now, these 2 books are very practical, because the books deal with viable research topics, and the books also provide research questions, examples of research questions. Again, research questions may not be very easy for graduate students to generate, but these 2 books provide you with examples, illustrations of the kind of research questions that you might want to explore when you do a piece of research in language education. So I would suggest that you get hold of these 2 books. If you want a free copy, you can write an email to Ibu Francisca Yvonne. I think she probably has a copy of these 2 books. Yeah. Ini adalah sumber ya, resources that you will find useful. Okay. So today, these are 3 points that I want to share with you. I hope I have enough time to cover all 3 points. The first one is, again, very practical: how to choose a viable topic. Number 2, how to find relevant literature. And you'll say this many, many times, that it's extremely, extremely important for you to be able to find relevant literature. Without relevant literature, it will be very difficult for you to get your paper published in a good journal. And I'll explain to you how you can find relevant literature. Yeah. Now, the kind of paper that is publishable is often called literature-supported research. Jadi namanya keren, istilahnya keren, literature-supported. And I will explain, a lot more about the importance of having literature or relevant literature in your research. And number 3, where to publish your research. If time permits, if Ibu Santi gives me enough time, I will spend a few minutes discussing with you, sharing with you what journals you can, send your papers to. Let me begin with the first one. How to choose. Okay. Bapak Ibu, please remember that the very first step in your research journey is to find a research topic. Ya, ada beberapa kriteria. There's a number of criteria that you need to think about. Point number one is this. Is the topic current? Is the topic contemporary? Or if you want to use the word trendy, that's another word that you might want to think about. Yeah, is the topic trendy? Yeah. To help you remember, I think the word trendy, the word recent is associated with a certain time frame, and that time frame is 5 tahun. Yeah. Recent means the topic is still under investigation. The topic is still being researched by a lot of people in the past 5 years. 6 years is probably okay, but not 20 years ago. A topic that was popular 20 years ago, I think you should leave it alone. You should not be touching it because you'll be wasting a lot of your energy, a lot of your time, a lot of your thoughts as well. Yeah. So remember the 5-year rule. Ini praktisnya gampang sekali sebetulnya. The 5-year rules. I think you can look at mainstream journals in our field, and then you can flip through or browse the table of contents. The table of contents of these journals will give you an idea whether the topic that you are interested in is still very popular among, other language teacher, language researchers in Indonesia and also in other places in the world. Yeah. Kalau ada yang bertanya, Ibu Bilkis, if somebody asks you, where do you find the table of contents? Dari mana? Where do you get the table of contents of journals in our field? Misalnya ELT journal, atau system, atau the TESOL quarterly. Where do you find them? Please say go to the internet.
Usually I look for it in MLJ.
Yes. Yes, look at the internet. Yes. It's very easy to find these days. Yeah. Another consideration that is very important is relevance. Yeah, is the topic relevant to you? Relevant, for you in your job as a teacher, as an English teacher, in your job as a curriculum developer, in your job as a assessment person, as a technology person, and things like that. Relevance to you. Yeah. But there's another important dimension here. Relevant to you and to you only, or it is relevant for other people as well. Other people who are doing the same thing as you in other places, in other countries. So the key consideration here is my topic of interest to me only, or is a topic of interest to me and also to other people? Ya, pada dasarnya, pada akhirnya, at the end of the day, we want our research to be useful to us, but not to us only, to us and also to other people, to your neighbors, to other people from other countries who are interested in doing the same thing as you. Ya. Yang ketiga, I think yang ketiga ini something that I mentioned earlier on is the topic sustainable. Yeah. Is it possible for you to stay with the topic, the same topic, for a number of years? Give and take, kira-kira 10 tahun, begitu. Okay, let me just ask you this question, Ibu Rusiana. The past 2 years, we had this horrible COVID situation, right? Betul ya, Bu Rusiana?
Yes, Pak Willy.
Okay, so the past 2 years...
You surprised me.
The past 2 years, research topics related to COVID-19 was very popular, right?
Yeah.
Very, very trendy. Betul ya?
Yeah,
very
but
trendy.
now not anymore.
Not now anymore. Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to say to you. Now, not anymore. So very, very tricky if you are looking for something that is trendy, yang musiman, something that is seasonal, something that is trendy can be very tricky. So you want to find a topic very carefully. Remember, this is a long-term investment. You want to be able to stay in the same topic for 5 years, 6 years, hopefully 10 years. For me, it's been 20 years, it's been 30 years. So I know a lot about the topic that I have been doing, that I've decided to focus on for the past 20 years or so. Yeah, remember, satu lagi penting sekali, Bapak Ibu sekalian, penting sekali that you want to develop expertise, you want to grow your knowledge, you want to develop your expertise in that particular area of research. And give and take, you need 10 years. So after 10 years, you should be very, very knowledgeable about the topic. You may not be the most, knowledgeable person in the world, but I think you know a lot more than you were before. So it's very important for you to be there, to stay interested, to stay engaged, to stay invested in that particular topic. Saya selalu memberi contoh, one of my favorite researchers and scholars in English language teaching is Paul Nation. Paul Nation is from New Zealand, and his number one topic, his number one teaching and research topic is vocabulary. And how long has he been doing this? Udah 50 tahun, 50 years. And he is still doing it. He is still interested in vocabulary. So if you ask me who is the number one expert in English language teaching vocabulary, ELT vocabulary, he is the person. Yeah, Paul Nation. He knows almost everything about the status, about the role of vocabulary in and also in language development. Contoh konkret nih. Yep. I have two topics here. Topic number one is the effect of process writing on college students' overall writing skills. And number two, the multidimensional nature of student engagement in out-of-class second language listening, implications for designing listening contexts. Please choose which one do you think is more viable. I think both are good topics, yeah? Which of the two is more viable, do you think, in the context of the criteria that I've just shared with you?
The second one, sir.
The second one? And who said that?
Iren from Surabaya.
Oh, Irin from Surabaya. Can I see what you look like? There you go, Irin. Yes.
I'm in the bus.
Oh, you're in the bus. Okay.
Yes.
On the way to work, on the way to...
On the way to my hometown. Okay.
Okay. Yes. I think Irin got it right. The second one is, to me at least, is more viable. Yeah, Ibu Yvonne, do you agree with that choice? That second one is... Yes, Ibu Yvonne?
Yes, Pak. Yeah.
Yeah. Any particular reasons that you want to share with the audience today? Any particular reasons?
Number one is very broad. Number two is more focused.
Yes, I think that's a very good point. The first one is broader than the second one. The second one is more specific. It's looking at student engagement. Another important thing that I need to say is this. The first topic has been around for many, many years. Process writing has been around for many, many years. So I would say that, yes, process writing is important for teaching purposes, but where research is concerned, you won't be able to see a lot of recent publications, a lot of recent research in process writing. Artinya apa sih? Artinya sudah selesai. Sebagai topik penelitian, process writing is almost completed, if you like. You can still see some, publications, some published research in this area, but the number is very, very small. The second one, on the other hand, is fairly new, actually. Student engagement. I think the word engagement is becoming very popular, very trendy, if you like. And if you ask me, student engagement will continue to be important, to be of interest, to be of relevance to a lot of people, including you and me, for many years to come. Student engagement. Yeah, I am sharing that topic with you because I was invited to review a manuscript on that particular topic. And this manuscript was submitted to a very good journal in our field. And this is exactly what the title and the researchers is interested in doing. Multidimensional nature of student engagement. Now, if you're looking for references, for example, on the left-hand side, it's a fairly new book on engagement, written by two of the most well-known people in the area of the affective dimension, motivation, engagement, and all that, Sarah Mercer and Zoltan Donye. So remember what I said early on, a piece of research will have to be literature supported, plus you need to have a theoretical orientation, theoretical framework. Yeah. The graphic on my slide shows you more or less the theoretical framework that people have been using for investigating the nature of engagement in language teaching in ELT. Okay, just to continue our discussion on the importance of choosing a topic that is fairly recent, fairly trendy, fairly new, if you like. Now, here is the kind of questions that reviewers of a journal manuscript will have to respond to. Now, this one is from TESOL Journal. I'm an editor and also a reviewer, and very often I receive manuscripts for me to review. And these questions are often used as guidelines for reviewers to evaluate the suitability, the quality of the submitted manuscripts. Question number one, for example, apakah ada yang baru, new? And that new means the topic is new. New means the research idea, the research angle is fairly new, has not been done. The theoretical framework is also fairly new. Is there anything new that the paper is contributing? Yeah. Here are two other questions. References. Now, references in a very simple word is literature. Biasanya references itu bisa 20, 30, dan sebagainya. Are relevant references made to current literature in the field? I mentioned this early on, that your research will have to be literature supported. Without relevant, sufficient literature, I think the reviewers or the editors will not be too happy in reading your manuscript. And the last point is, does it address a broad international audience? Remember what I said early on, your topic, your research needs to be relevant to you locally, but also internationally. Yeah. If you have any questions later, please go ahead and ask me later about how we can make our research presentation relevant to other people in other countries. More examples here. Learning styles and teacher training. Is this something that is current, relevant, and sustainable? So the topic here is learning styles. So Francisca, Maria, Yvonne, please, very quick, very easy question. Please say no.
No, learning styles has been around for ages.
Yes, learning styles sudah lama sekali. I think in the 80s, the topic learning styles, is very, very popular among undergraduate, graduate students, and international English language teaching scholars as well. Yeah. So I'm not saying that this is not important for teaching purposes, but where research is concerned, I think we should stay away from topics like this one. More examples here. Ibu Areta Puspa, are you here with me? Ya. Contoh lagi nih. Ada 3 topik di sini, 3 topics here for you to choose from. Native-like accents. Some people may be interested in investigating whether the students have acquired native-like accents after studying with you for 6 years. Number 2, age factor in language acquisition. Is that a topic that you find interesting, relevant, and also trendy? The third one is EMI in ELF setting. EMI is English as a medium of instruction. ELF stands for English as a lingua franca setting. Ibu Areta, please choose one. Which one is, in your opinion, the most relevant, sustainable?
I think that
Say number 3.
I think number 3.
Yeah, but yes, I'm glad that we're in agreement. Yes, it's number 3, EMI. Native-like accents no longer of interest to many people. In fact, people are now investigating international accents. Yeah. Or multilingual accents, if you like, but not native-like accents. Age factor in language acquisition, the younger the better, misalnya. Is that of interest to a lot of teachers, a lot of researchers? The answer is no. No, it's done. Yep. The third one, now interestingly, the third one may not be particularly relevant for you, but as a research topic, number 3 is very, very popular these days. When I say popular, means a lot of researchers, banyak sekali, a lot of researchers and also teachers in some places who are interested in investigating EMI, English as a medium of instruction. In places like in India, for example, or maybe in the Philippines, maybe some international schools in Thailand, in China, and in many other places. Yeah. If you're looking for evidence, now here is an example of a fairly recent book. Buku itu bagian dari literatur ya, literature. It's a fairly recent book on exactly the same topic, English medium instruction from an English as a lingua franca perspective. More examples. Now, these are just examples of what I would say dated research topics. So stay away from topics like this one. Yeah, number 1 is paragraph writing. I think paragraph writing is not of interest to researchers. I'm not saying it's not important for teaching purposes, but where research is concerned, I think researchers are no longer interested in anything to do with the linguistic property, with the objective property of language, like paragraph or sentence combining, for example. That is not of interest to English language teaching professionals. Second example is motivational orientations, whether the students have instrumental or integrative motivations. I think that theoretical model, the topic of motivation is always of interest to a lot of people, but the theoretical thinking, the conceptual framework will have to be something that is more recent. I hope you are with me on that. Yeah. Let me say this again very carefully. Motivation as a topic is always or will continue to be very, very relevant, interesting for a lot of people, for a lot of researchers. But the theoretical framework, the theory behind motivation, will have to be something that is fairly recent. Yang ini, instrumental and integrative motivation, is not recent, it's dated, and nobody is touching on this framework anymore. Okay. Here are some examples, if you ask me, of some productive topics in English language teaching, incidental, out-of-class language learning. I think you are aware that language learning can happen in the classroom, yeah, and also outside the classroom, betul ya? So this particular topic focuses on the kind of learning that the students can do outside the classroom. That is of interest to a lot of people, especially with the availability and accessibility of resources that are available outside the classroom. The availability of technology, for example, Netflix, YouTube videos, and things like that. I think that is the kind of things that deserves our attention. Another example is metacognition. I think that will continue to attract a lot of attention. And finally, extensive reading and viewing. Yeah, the book on the right-hand side is an example of fairly recent, not the most recent, book exploring the kind of affordances that the students can make use of outside the classroom. Mbak Hananya, can I ask you a question? Can you turn on the audio, please?
Sure, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Kalau dibandingkan belajar bahasa di kelas dengan belajar bahasa di luar kelas, which one is more beneficial for you?
I found that learning outside of the classroom is more beneficial because I could choose any topics that I interested to. Compared to in the classroom setting, I feel like I got forced a lot.
Yes.
While for the outside of the classroom, I feel it more comfortable and also beneficial for me.
Yes, yes. So, Bapak Ibu sekalian, for many years, researchers have focused their research attention on what is happening inside the classroom. But today, I think people are beginning to recognize the contribution of language learning outside the classroom in supporting students' language proficiency development. I think Hananya is absolutely correct. I think that is what most or many students feel, that learning outside the classroom, if they have sufficient motivation and commitment, I think learning outside the classroom will speed up, if you like, will accelerate the language learning process. So no surprise that out-of-class learning is attracting a lot of attention. Now here is an example, of a productive topic, if you like, a recently completed PhD thesis, University of Auckland. I was one of the external examiners of this research, and I was very happy to see that people or PhD students, doctoral students are investigating, doing research in this area. Yeah. Now here is another topic. I have a copy of this. If you're interested, I can send it to you. Yeah. Ini satu lagi ini. Mahasiswanya namanya Ariadna dari Medan. Saya lupa dari Medan bagian mana begitu. And he recently completed his PhD thesis, and the topic is task-based language teaching. I think the task-based languages teaching is associated by a big ELT scholar, and the name of that scholar is Rod Ellis. So this person was supervised by Rod Ellis, and I was invited to serve as an external examiner for this PhD thesis. Very nicely done. Yeah, one of the best theses that I've seen in so many years from Indonesia. Okay. We are still in the first category of how we can choose a viable topic. Yeah, currency of your topic, but also currency of your theoretical framework. That is a very, very important dimension of your research. Important thing that you should be able to identify a theoretical framework for your research. Tanpa theoretical framework, I think your research will fall apart. Yeah, it will be very difficult for you to get your paper published. Here is an example. This is a real example. Some years back, I met one PhD student from East Java. And she was interested in investigating EMI. Remember EMI, Luciana? Ibu Luciana, EMI stands for English as a medium of it.
Instruction.
Very good that you remember. That means you are still with me. So Ibu M wanted to examine the pedagogical practices of EMI faculty teaching economics in her university for PhD thesis. Jadi di tempat Ibu M mengajar, itu ada sebuah fakultas yang menawarkan program internasional. Jadi proses belajar mengajarnya pakai bahasa Inggris begitu. So Ibu M is interested in understanding what is happening in a classroom where the professor uses English for teaching economics. She has also come up with a research question. What are the pedagogical practices of EMI teachers in an undergraduate program in Indonesia? So she asked me if this topic is viable, and if the research question, the scope research question itu kaitannya dengan scope ya, the scope and the whether the research question is addressing a very important gap in research. She asked me if this topic is good, viable. I said yes, very good. So very trendy. A lot of people are investigating this, and in Indonesia we don't know much about how EMI is done, the kind of things that need to be, investigated and things like that. But then I suggested to her that the research question untuk ukuran thesis S3 itu terlalu kecil, it's too small. And when I asked her, do you have any theoretical framework to investigate this? Remember, theoretical framework? She said, no, I don't have any theoretical framework. I just want to walk into the classroom. I just want to listen. I want to take notes. I want to observe what is happening. And then I told her, that is okay if you are doing your research for S1. That's what I said. For S1, that's okay. But for S3, I think you need a broader perspective. You need a good theoretical framework. And it should be the kind of research that will keep you busy, at least for one whole year, collecting data, analyzing the data, interviewing people, and things like that. So I said to her, look, I know you are new in this area. I know you haven't had time to, to put together a list of references. You are not very familiar with the research topic that you're investigating. So I told her, why don't you have a look at this one? Now, this is a published paper, and the topic itu persis sama. Topiknya sama, ya, tapi the angle, the research angle can be different. So I asked her to look at it, and she found, Ibu M found that this research paper made use of a theoretical framework. Ulang terus nih, theoretical framework, penting sekali. Ini contoh theoretical framework for investigating EMI. Ya, ada tiga bagian yang penting. Satu, language beliefs and ideology of the people teaching or managing, the kind of language practices, the actual things that happen in an EMI classroom, and language management to an extent the EMI is undergoing some training for that purpose. Nah, Ibu M tadi itu hanya melihat yang ini nih, language practices, the actual teaching of EMI in the classroom. So I said to her, nggak cukup kalau hanya itu. Mungkin cukup untuk penelitian S1. Untuk S3 harus mencakup minimal the language beliefs or ideology of the university, the actual practices, and the preparation or continual training that the EMI teachers are undergoing.
Excuse me, Pak Willy, perhaps you can spare some time to answer some questions because we are 15 minutes to 9.
Yep. Yes, okay. I've been going very slow actually because I want to make sure that you understand the very, very important aspect of research. And the very first step is for you to choose a research topic that is viable, supported by recent theoretical framework, and later supported by very holistic literature or references. Yeah. Okay, let me just continue the story. Ibu M.
Oh, okay.
Ibu M then went back to the supervisor in one of the universities in Malang, Jawa Timur. But her supervisor was not very happy. Her supervisor said, this is very theoretical. You know, research will have to be practical. That to me is a big, big mistake. S3 research itu harus theoretical. Kalau S1 mungkin bisa practical ya. Kalau S2, S3 itu beban teorinya harus lebih banyak. Bobot teorinya harus lebih banyak begitu. Well, anyway, I don't know what happened eventually to M, but that is the advice that I give her. Let me just show you very quickly. Here is a recently published paper on pronunciation. The topic is pronunciation. Is that topic still viable? The answer is yes. Topic about grammar is viable. Topic about reading is viable. Topic about writing is viable. But the approach to investigating will have to be something that is fairly new. And that is exactly what happens here. The topic is pronunciation, but the framework is on teacher belief, teacher practices, or teacher cognition, if you like. And here is the theoretical framework that the researcher was using. Teacher cognition has been examined from different perspectives, and this is one framework that has been very productive. Saya ulang ya, this framework has been very, very productive. A lot of teachers, researchers have been using this framework to examine, to investigate almost anything related to ELT. Cepat saja ya. Teacher cognition in relation to the teaching of pronunciation. Teacher cognition or teacher beliefs in relation to the teaching of grammar. Teacher cognition in relation to the teaching of, to the using of technology in language teaching. The list continues. It's a very long list that you can think about. Yeah. Theoretical framework is very, very important. Now here is another framework that to me is very useful. Now this theoretical framework has been used to investigate, untuk meneliti, untuk mengetahui the impact of feedback, teacher feedback on student learning. Yeah, so written or oral feedback that teachers provide, whether and to what extent it has any influence, any impact on students' learning. Yeah, I think teachers are usually interested in this. If I do this, will something happens to my students? Yeah, but researchers usually are not interested in the immediate effect. They are interested in things like this. Yeah, things like that. So this intermediate, this intervening, moderating variables are of interest to researchers. And as a researcher investigating the impact of feedback, you might want to look at, student differences and also contextual factors, and to what extent these factors influence the amount, the level of students' engagement. Sorry, I'm done with the first part. The first part, if you want to choose a viable topic, then the topic will have to be recent, relevant, and also sustainable. Ya, ulang ya, Bu Rusiana. The topic will have to be recent, kira-kira 5 tahun masih aktif diteliti. Yang kedua adalah relevant for you and also for the international audience. Yang ketiga adalah it's sustainable. Sustainable means that it will keep you occupied, it will keep you busy for 5 years, for 10 years, so that eventually you develop a good knowledge and expertise in that area. Yeah. Literature. Ibu Santi, please give me 3 minutes. 3 minutes and I'm done. How to find relevant literature. This one actually is fairly easy. The most difficult part actually is the actual time that you need to spend reading relevant literature. But finding relevant literature is the first step. Step nomor 1 adalah menemukan sumber-sumber pustaka yang relevan. Jangan asal comot dari Google begitu. Jangan asal comot dari majalah atau dari mana begitu. And do not use your own feeling or intuition. You need to find relevant literature. Contoh saja ini. The first step is for you to identify the big players in your area. Yeah, if you are researching extensive reading, you need to know who the top scholars are. If you're researching vocabulary, I think you also need to know the top scholars in that field. Yeah. And then the next step is for you to read their book chapters, journal articles, and things like that. Here is an example. Yeah, the same book that I showed you earlier on. If you are researching motivation, if you are researching language engagement in language learning, you have to get hold of this book, because this book was written by some of the top people in that area of research. Another example. Again, contoh dari sebuah buku. If you are researching speaking, then you should be able to get hold of a book written by 2 of the most knowledgeable scholars in the area of speaking, Anne Burns and Christine Go. Okay, so the key message that I want to get across is this. You have to know the big players. That's the very first step. And you have to include their work, their references, what they have written in your daftar pustaka. You don't have to agree with them, but you cannot ignore them. I think that is the message that I want to get across. Yeah, if you don't include them, people, your supervisors will not be too happy with you. Journal editors and reviewers will not be too happy with you. They will think that you don't know nothing about the topic that you're investigating. You need to include them. For extensive reading, for example, I think you need to include the work of Richard Day, University of Hawaii, Thomas Robb from Japan, and maybe you may, bump into some of the pieces of writing that I've done. This lady is from Taiwan. I think she has done a lot of work, excellent work in the area of extensive reading as well. Yeah. Well, of course, if you are new in the field and you may not be able to identify those big players, what do you need to do? You need to go to Google Scholar. Do not just use Google, the general Google, but go to Google Scholars. And if you key in the right keywords, you will just be able to identify the top scholars in that field. For example, if you type in written corrective feedback, you'll get this. Yeah, I have highlighted a specific piece of information there. Now, these are papers written by people that have received a lot of citations. And these citations indicate that these people have done good research that attracts the attention of other researchers as well. So the number of citations tell you that this work will have to be, you have to consult this work if you are researching, feedback. Bitchener, and then Rod Ellis, another with Dana Ferris. If you have the laptop computer in front of you, can you please type extensive listening and see if you can identify some of the key people in that area?
Willie Renandia.
Yes, I think that's me. Which means that you have to read my work. You may not like it, but you have to include that in your reference, just to show that you are familiar with the topic that you are investigating. Just very quickly, another 1 minute. Yeah. So as I said early on, the first step for you is to identify, big players, top scholars in that particular topic that you're investigating. Yeah. And the next step for you is to start reading. Tapi yang dibaca apa dong begitu? What is it that you need to read? There are 4 different types. Ada 4 macam. Yang pertama adalah reading about the theoretical positions, theoretical framework. Yeah, the theory behind motivation, the theory behind the teaching of vocabulary. Yang kedua adalah research papers. Yeah, research papers are empirical studies that have been published, done by people, and now are available in journal articles. You have to read these 2. These 2 are the most important. And these 2 are part of your literature. Yang ketiga adalah namanya pedagogical papers. Ya, makalah-makalah, tulisan-tulisan yang membahas aplikasi dari hasil penelitian itu dan dampaknya terhadap pendidikan bahasa. Yang terakhir adalah critical papers. Critical papers are papers that critically evaluate certain positions of researchers. I think you need to have this as well, so that your research is not just reporting positive aspects of work that has been done by other people, but you are also able to also say that, well, certain aspects that are not quite there yet, that you need to explore that topic further. So critical assessment of that particular theoretical perspective. Very quickly, where do you find all those references? Dari jurnal terutama. And these are some examples of the mainstream journals in English language teaching. Banyak sekali. But I would like to draw your attention to the last 2. Yang 2 ini itu harus dimiliki. If you are serious about doing research, if you are serious about building your literature related to the topic that you're investigating, then you need to have these 2.
Sementara ini dulu, nanti dicarikan yang bagus.
Yep. These 2 are really, really important publications. These are journals, and these journals publish only literature review papers, literature review articles. In other words, if you are able to find, a paper, a review paper on a particular topic related to your research, then I think that is, you should be very happy, because a lot of your job has been done by other people, actually. Yeah. So these 2 journals usually publish papers like this, state-of-the-art articles, usually written by top people in the field. Jadi ini is an overview, is a review of the literature, of the theory, and also of the research that has been done for the past 10 years, for the past 20 years. Here's another example. It's called state-of-the-art article. Yeah. Another example. Another example. So papers like this usually tell you or describe 4. I'll stop after this. Ada 4 aspek yang dibahas di dalam makalah atau state-of-the-art review article. 1, it provides an update of the theory related to the topic that you're investigating. Number 2, it provides an update of the research studies that have been done for the past 10 years, for the past 20 years, and so on and so forth. Yeah. The 3rd one is issues, debates, things that are still not very clear, things that still need to be investigated. Yang terakhir adalah further research. 2 bagian yang terakhir itu yang sering disebut sebagai research gap. Let me say this to you, that it's not very easy for you, if you are new in the topic that you're investigating, it's not easy for you to find a research gap. Tidak mudah, very difficult. But if you're able to find any one of the state-of-the-art articles related to your topic, then the gaps are there for you. Yeah, so you can just make use of any one of the gaps there and turn it into research questions for your research. Yeah. So again, I've shared with you how you can, begin the journey of researching, of finding relevant. Once you have done that, the next step is like 3 months or maybe 6 months of reading, summarizing, synthesizing, you know, and consulting your supervisors and things like that. And when that happens, I think half of your job is almost done. And the next part is for you to collect data, analyze the data, and write the report. I think I'm going to stop here, because point number 3 is about how you can publish your papers in a very good journal. I'm happy to respond to these questions later. Susanti, back to you. Sorry it takes so long, 1 hour. I'm happy to respond to questions now or later.
Yes, I think we can continue to the question and sessions directly, Pak Willy, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Okay, I have some questions here. Please read. So the first question is about how to filter the topic based on the interests. You mentioned that we need to find a relevance topic that whether it is interest for the local or international audience.
Yeah.
Then how to filter the topic then?
Okay, so basically how to decide whether the topic that you're investigating is relevant to you and to your institution only, or whether you want your paper to be of interest to a wider audience. I think this is the decision rests on you actually. If you want to focus more on the kind of research that is good for you and your institution, then you stay with it, keeping in mind that you may be able to publish your work later in a local journal or in a national journal. But when you try to get your paper published in an international journal, then you'll have a difficult time. Yeah. Filtering can be done by you, or you can consult your supervisors, or you can talk to other people. So that's how you usually decide on whether your research topic is of interest to you and to a wider audience. You can always, try to, join an online community. Sekarang banyak sekali ada Facebook community, and you can always post questions like, now here is my topic. Is this topic of interest to other people from Thailand, from Vietnam, for example, from China, and so on and so forth? That's one way of filtering, of finding the right topic for you.
Okay.
Good question.
So it doesn't matter what, it doesn't matter for, perhaps for a beginner researcher to start with local topic first.
Absolutely.
If they're not,
Absolutely, yes.
Just
When I first started like 40 years ago, I think my topic was very focused, very local, because that's all I knew. But later, when I tried to, to connect to the wider English language community, to publish papers that are relevant to other people, then I need to sort of expand my view, my framework, and my research focus as well. Yes.
So
Susanti.
don't be disencouraged. Yes, but
No, initially local is fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But the key thing is, if David, for example, if you want to publish in an international journal, only if kalau seandainya we want to publish in an international journal, then your topic will have to be of interest to the international community. You cannot just write a paper, misalnya, technology enhanced language learning in Sidoarjo, for example, because Sidoarjo is a very unique, it's a very small town, it's a very small teaching community, which, your research may be relevant for that community, but may not be relevant for people from other places in Indonesia or other countries.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I hope that answered the questions. Let's go to the next one. Okay, this one is from Agunawan. Will it be possible for me, an English teacher, to conduct a research that for some people is considered not really related to English teaching? Based on my research finding, the involvement of the research sample also plays an important role in determining the result of the research.
Yeah.
Yes, that will be the questions.
What was the question again? First part?
I think yes, it's a bit long. Will it be possible for me, an English teacher, to conduct a research that for some people is not considered not really related to English teaching?
Yes, I think the answer to that is quite straightforward. It's entirely up to you whether you want to do a piece of research at all. Yeah. But if you look at research as part of your professional development as an English language teacher, the answer is obvious. Your research will have to be related to English language teaching. But if you want to expand, mungkin mikir tahun depan mungkin saya mau mengajar social studies atau apalah begitu, then you can, yeah, it's up to you. You can expand your research focus. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Perhaps we have different interests with other teachers, so we want to focus on this topic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I think one area that is related to language teaching is psychology. I think we borrow a lot of psychological ideas when we investigate language learning in the classroom, because learning has a lot to do with the thinking process, how information is processed, and how language is internalized and things like that. And that has to do with psychology of learning as well.
Yes. I think we have someone raised his or her hand, Jumli Adam. Can we give? Yes, Ibu or Bapak Jumli Alam.
Thank you, Bapak, Mr. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity that I'm very satisfied to join in this seminar. I would like to ask about the encounter problem by Indonesian research when submitting a scientific article into EC Knowledge. EC Knowledge is the best journal in international Scopus. But commonly Indonesian people that Scopus is a very good journal. But I think that from Dicti, there is many journal scientific level like EC Knowledge and Rotem from Belanda. Netherlands.
Yes.
Okay.
So
thank you.
What is your question?
Yes. What is the question, Pak?
This is the problem Indonesian researcher. It is difficult to enter apply to journal like easy like
Yeah. Okay. I think I understand your question.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Let me invite Ibu Francisca Yvonne to respond to your questions. She is from Indonesia. She is based in Malang, and she has published in Scopus journals as well. Yvonne, is it difficult to publish in Scopus journals?
Well, the key is actually to find journal that fits the your area of research. So it's not just random Scopus index journal. So we need to take a look at the journal and see what sort of research that they publish, and then take a look at our own research and see whether it fits.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, Pak Jumli. Very often our paper is rejected by a journal editor, not because our paper is bad, but because of a mismatch. Nggak cocok, nggak pas begitu loh. Just to give you an extreme example, the journal is about dancing, misalnya, and your paper is about language teaching, and you send your paper on language teaching to a journal that focuses more on arts, on dancing and culture and things like that. So chances are very high that your paper will get rejected. That's just an extreme example. I think that is what Bu Francisca Ivon is trying to say. The first thing you need to do is to find a good match between your paper and the visi-misi of the journal. That's point number one. Point number two, I think my whole presentation is about doing a piece of research that is, and a piece of research that is viable, itu harus literature supported. Yeah, if you are able to do a piece of research that is literature supported, I am very sure that you will be able to get your paper published in a Scopus Index journal. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, maybe not next month, but somehow eventually you'll be able to get your paper published in a good journal, Scopus Index or not Scopus Index. I think I give you some examples of the research papers that I published with my graduate students. Do you think we sent the paper to a journal and immediately it got accepted? The answer is no, it's not. Yeah, the paper published in the computer-assisted language learning, for example, it was rejected 5 times by other journals. But eventually, we kept on revising the papers until eventually we found a journal that was happy with the quality of our paper. So there's a quite a bit of process in terms of getting your paper published in your journal. Mungkin satu poin lagi Pak Jumli, Scopus itu bukanlah indikator, bukanlah indikasi bahwa the journal is of high quality, tidak ya. Scopus itu hanya mencatat, melaporkan secara kuantitatif apakah jurnal itu dibaca sama orang, apakah jurnal itu dikutip tulisan-tulisannya oleh para peneliti lain. So,
yes, it takes a lot of patience, Pak.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Nice.
it does. Yeah.
Yeah. Another questions. Some people ask about relevant topics, whether this topic or that topic are relevant. Something like whether CLIL is relevant since it's almost the same as EMI, and another people ask me about whether intercultural communication competence is still relevant.
Yes.
What do you say?
Yes, intercultural competence is very, very relevant today. The reason is very simple. In the past, when people learn English, yeah, the cultural component of the language lessons, the cultural component is usually done in reference to native English speaking culture, the US culture, UK culture. But today, the term intercultural means that as a language user, as an English language user, we should be aware, we should also know the different cultures of people from Japan, from Singapore, from Malaysia, and from other places as well. So inter is not just in reference to a single culture, native English speaking culture, but to many other cultures of speakers of English in the world today. So that topic, I think, will continue to be interesting and viable for you to investigate. So I would say yes, go ahead with that if that is your interest.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we give one more chance.
There's one topic on translation. Is translation still a topic of interest in English language teaching? Let me ask Bu Ifan to respond to that question. Translation. Bu Ifan, think about AI. Because AI is a translating tool, yeah?
Yes.
In a sense.
It is still a hot topic, I think, in relation to the use of technology in translation.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Okay. That's a very quick and short and sweet answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibu Ifan. I think can we give one more chance to Ibu or Mbak Hananya Suratinoyo? Yes. I think this is the last questions because we need to move to the next speaker.
Yes, Mbak Hana.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So I have a question related to the resources when we write a research paper. As an undergraduate students, I experienced that it's pretty hard to find an easy access or a free access to journals. And during my writing, I got some information to use like an illegal website to access the journals. For example, Sci-Hub, or in the past there is a website called Z Library, where it provides totally free access to journals and books and all other free resources for public. But and I also get information, even the not to mention lectures, some lectures, they use it. And what do you think about this kind of phenomenon?
Well, and people make use of resources from different sources, including from some that you mentioned early on. I would just say that there are other online sources that you can make use of. I can mention two. Both are online repository sites for academic papers, for books and all that. Number one is academia.edu. The other one is ResearchGate. Because nowadays, researchers, authors try to make their work accessible to a wider group of people in the world. The idea is very simple. I mean, it's not 100% legal for me to put my papers in academia.edu or in ResearchGate, but the thinking actually is very simple. For many students like you and many teachers from other places, it's extremely difficult to get hold of good literature. So for that reason, I make my work usually, and a lot of people are doing it. They make their work available in these places. Yeah, academia.edu and ResearchGate. Another source, Hannah, is this. Today, it's very easy for you to get hold of references of relevant literature. First off, you need to know the people. You need to know the persons who wrote those papers, book chapters, journal articles. It's very easy for you to get to contact them and tell them politely, ask them nicely that you need a copy of their book chapter or of their journal articles. They will be very happy to send them to you. Not books though, because books are, it's a bit tricky for authors to send, their published books to you. But for journal articles, I think they'll be very happy to do it for you. But the key thing, Hannah, you need to know how to write nicely to people. Because very often I receive an email from people asking to get a copy of my book chapter or my published article, and the email is not nice. I mean, it's like, please send me your paper, just like that. I think you need to say nice things about, the person. I mean, it's basic communication skills, yeah? Jadi ilmu komunikasi harus diperbaiki.
Yes.
I think people will be very happy to send it to you. You can start by saying, dear sir, or whatever, dear Mr. or dear doctor, something. My name is Hannah, and I'm a poor student from Jombang, or from Jember. I came across your, excellent papers entitled this. I tried to get access to it, but I have not been successful. I would be most grateful if you could send me a copy of you. They will send it to you, definitely. Yeah. Penulis itu senang sekali kalau hasil karyanya itu dibaca sama orang. Pasti deh.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Willy.
Yeah.
Yes, I think this is the end of our sessions. Yeah, we have,
Okay.
it's 9:20. I'm very sorry for other audiences who want to ask some questions. Maybe next time when you see Pak Willy, you can start ask some questions so that we don't run out of time. So before I end these sessions, perhaps I might make some notes on today's presentations. What attract my attention is for this topic is we need to stay with one or two particular topics, so that you need to be expert in that topic instead of going here and there. So it's actually one of my like that message to me: be good at one thing instead of a lot of things. And then if you are a new researcher or a beginner researcher, you can start maybe talking to your colleges, or if you can contact your old supervisor for teachers especially, because sometimes when you are teaching, you do not have any friends that can help you to find good topic perhaps, because usually teachers do not have a lot of time. While we do research, we need to invest a lot of time while researching for relevant literature, reading it and writing it down. That's a lot of time. And but Willie also gave us some trendy topics, something like teachers' cognitions on pronunciations, and then EMI, technology, of course. And we don't talk about COVID anymore, unfortunately. Of course, we don't expect something similar happen in the future. And the last one is we need to be patient, of course. We will face some difficulties as we start writing and reading and publishing at the end. I hope everyone can get that feel when you see your names on certain publications. It feels good. I think that's it for today. Thank you very much, Pak Philly, for sharing a good, fruitful topic for us with us today. And I will end our session, our first session. Thank you very much. We still have 3 more good research, good speakers, fantastic speakers. Please stay tuned. Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
Be back to Pak siapa tadi? Pak Kiki ya, sorry.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Miss Santi. Well, okay, thanks a lot for Pak Willy. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to the second speaker, and I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Dave. However, before I pass the floor to Mr. Dave, we would like to give the token of appreciation from Pak Willy. Here it is for Pak Willy. Thank you so much, Pak Willy, for joining our webinar. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. David. Mr. David, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Rizky, for the opportunity and the introduction. Well, so Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce myself. So my name is David, and in this session, I'm going to be the moderator for our second keynote speaker. And this is going to be a special talk, which is going to be delivered by Ibu Francisca Maria Yvonne. Good morning, Ibu Yvonne.
Good morning. Morning, Pak David.
Yes, how are you, ma'am?
I'm good. I'm good. A bit
It's been a long
nervous,
time.
as usual.
Yes, okay. Right. So, but I guess the audience has been waiting to listen to your talk and sharing sessions, because we've been, came across several articles, and we have read some of your works, and we do believe that you have a lot to share, especially in relation to the use of technology and, of course, in English language teaching. But first, before we move on to your presentation, please allow me to read a brief part of your curriculum vitae, Ibu Yvonne. So, Ibu Francisca Maria Yvonne achieved her MA in Applied Linguistics from the University of Queensland, Australia, and she also achieved her PhD also in the same area, which is Applied Linguistics from University Queensland, Australia. And at the moment, she is serving as a full-time lecturer at Universitas Negeri Malang, and she's been teaching numerous subjects across areas such as computer-assisted language learning, technology-enhanced language learning, extensive reading, listening, viewing, and including cooperative learning. And Ibu Yvonne has also been very productive since she has been working on numerous areas in ELT publication. And one of her recent publication in terms of book chapters is related to virtual reality-infused language learning. And also, in a few years back, she's published her papers also in relevant areas such as extensive reading and using ICT to help students create their own books the dialogic way, and also infusing cooperative learning in distance education. And I believe, Bapak Ibu, you can find a lot more of her works when you search her name on Google Scholar or Google, right? So, Ibu Yvonne, we have 60 minutes to cover the whole sessions. That includes the Q&A session. So without further ado, Bapak Ibu, please welcome Ibu Yvonne. Time to you, Ibu.
Thank you so much, Pak Dave, and good morning, everyone. Good morning from Malang. It's very hot here today because we are going to talk about hot topics. Okay, so allow me to share my screen. Okay. Oops. All right, so today I'm going to talk about technology and ELT from the perspective of research, and also both of them are the perspective of research. One is research tools, and then another topic is going to be about the research topic. I only have 2 agenda to cover today, so it's going to be quite fast. Okay, not so fast. Yes, so the first one is going to be using technology to do research in ELT. So I'm going to relate what Pak Willy has shared earlier today into something more practical. So the first part of this is going to be practical things, and then the second part of my presentation is going to be a little bit more theoretical, and it's going to be in the area of researching technology in ELT. So what to research and what not to research, and things like that. Okay, let's start with a brainstorm. So I'm sure that all of you know how to use Mentimeter. So please join me at menti.com and use the code 1602-1606. And if you have your cell phone with you, you can also scan the QR code. And in a few seconds, I will go to Menti to show you the results of your answers. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Right, trendy topic, hot topic. Multimodality, yeah, ChatGPT. Okay, a lot of people talk about ChatGPT today. AI, it's also pretty hot. Mobile learning is still hot. Yeah, networking. I'm not really sure how it is connected to ELT. Okay, chatbot, online learning, social media, virtual reality, free access learning, like MOOC. Okay, tools. Okay, so we have about 200 plus, yeah, participants. So we should come up with a lot. Oh, at Moodle VR. Like we have OI. Probably AI or OI. It's smartphone. Okay, so from 38 participants today, we already come up with, ChatGPT is big. AI is big as well. It's bigger or hotter or trendier than ChatGPT. Virtual reality and then online learning, artificial intelligence. So. Right, so you can keep on contributing to this, and then we'll revisit it. We'll revisit it later. Translation tools, okay. EYL, corpus-based tools, TPD. Right, so interesting collection of topics, yeah? Now let me go back to my presentation and go to the next one. And as I said earlier, we will revisit your answers later. Okay, now, how do we know that these topics are hot? So you have mentioned several topics. How do you know that they are hot topics? So these are some of hot topics that you have mentioned. Let's go to the next slide. How do you know that these topics are in trend, trendy or hot? Yeah, so I'm not going to show the answers just yet because we only have 2 for the time being. I need 100. 100 similar answers. So how do we know that these topics are hot? So Pak Willy shared earlier some hot topics or trendy topics, and some of them are sustainable topics, topics that will be relevant for quite a many number of years. Okay, I'll wait till 25 and then I will reveal your answers. So as I ask you the first 2 questions to respond to the theme of today's webinar. What's the trend and why they are in trend? Okay, few more, please. 6 more, 5 more. Okay, we have 21, so that's we know it's hot because it's new. We know it's hot because it's on social media. Because it's discussed a lot. It appears in most search results. Because it needs more research, or because there are a lot of lots of research on this? From bibliometrics analysis. You know it because you've read state-of-the-art papers and they are listed perhaps, yeah, in those papers. Yeah, so just like any other things in this world, if people talk about it, then it is hot, right? But so your answers are correct. Many researchers and practitioners focus on those particular topics. So we hear them so often that we know that they are hot. So the topics are not yet thoroughly researched, and this can also be the reasons why it is still hot. Because findings in previous research are contradictory or inconclusive. So this can also make a topic still hot. and the topic still raise questions to be answered. So if you cannot really comprehensively or thoroughly answer a question, then it is still a hot topic to research. So what can hot topics be? Because my area of study is technology, I would say latest technology, right? You mentioned ChatGPT, you mentioned AI, so that's latest technology. But hot topics can also be problems that need better solution. So in the past, people have come up with, possible solution to a problem, but not necessarily that those solutions are relevant to today's condition. So that's why we can still, respond to those problems. Questions that need better answers, quite similar. We can also look into puzzling phenomena and make it hot topics. Others? Do you have others? If you do have others, can you please share them in the chat? Go to the chat box and share what can hot topics be. Okay, so I'm actually showing my whole screen. So, Bu Eka, do you want to share something that you think is a hot topic?
In the latest technology, I think ChatGPT is the most hot topics, man.
Okay, games. Yeah, Bu Humaira came up with games because it's relatable to her life.
And also digital story, I think. Digital storytelling. It is also one of the most hot topics today.
Yeah, it is still hot, definitely. But really, do you want to share something hot in ELT, technology and ELT? Is Billy still here?
Yes, I think I mentioned early on about feedback, which is very, very, very popular in ELT. It has always been a very, very popular topic, very hot. It continues to be of interest to a lot of people. And if you combine feedback and technology, I think you have the best combination. So chances are very high that your paper will attract, when it gets published, attract a lot of citations, a lot of research attentions as well. So feedback and technology.
Technology.
Yeah.
Okay, we have TPAC. Is TPAC still hot?
TPAC, yes. Yes, it is. Because TPAC sort of combines teachers, traditional knowledge and putting it together, integrating it with the latest development in education. That is the use of technology. TPAC stands for technology,
pedagogical content,
and
knowledge,
and content knowledge. Yes.
Yeah.
So teachers these days are expected to know about technology and how technology can be used to enhance their content knowledge, their pedagogical knowledge, and things like that.
Yes.
Yeah. So TPAC is a good framework for you to use to investigate anything to do with the utilization of technology for lesson development, for student engagement in the classroom. So yes, TPAC.
Yeah, TPAC and the like. Yeah, so technology adoption models, those are still hot. All right, and we also have some answers. Emotional distance. Yeah, so this is more psychology.
Yeah.
How digitized community shapes community aligned with ethnography of communication. Okay, so perhaps digital communication, that's the area, and evaluation or assessment. Okay, so let's get to the next one. Where do you find trendy topics? Usually when I'm trying to find trendy topics, the first place that I will look into are themes of conferences and proceedings, because they are renewed every year. So we can see some, hot topics there from social media, from your own personal or professional network. So talk to people. As you said earlier, then when people talk a lot about it, then it is something hot. And if we want to be a little bit more scientific, then we will go to research databases. And today, my first part of presentation is going to be focusing on this. So this is Research 101 on the use of technology for researching technology in ELT, okay? And some other places, of course. The list is not inexhaustive. Okay, so a research topic. But I really mentioned this earlier today, so I'm going to close this. Is it interesting to you? Is it relevant? Is it familiar? So are these questions enough? Probably not. We need to find out whether they are too broad or too narrow. Yeah, so we also came across that topic being discussed earlier today. And is it worth investigating? Some questions actually can be answered without doing research. Yeah, so if that is the case, then it may be too simple, maybe too narrow. Let's take a look at the topic of ChatGPT. So this is the biggest one, if not the second biggest. Yeah, so AI and ChatGPT. Is it interesting, of interest to you? Is it interesting to you? Okay, let me ask Pak Dave. Is it an interesting topic? Pak Dave?
Yes, ma'am. I think at the moment he's been very attractive, not only at the national but also global level. And
right.
I guess there's been like different views on how ChatGPT will affect the current education across levels. Some see it as a friend, or probably a threat to the roles of teacher, I guess.
Yeah, people are afraid that their jobs are going to be taken over by, AI. Is it relevant to you, Pak?
Yes, it's relevant,
It
but still I'm not quite familiar with how it works and how it can be integrated into the class at the moment, ma'am. Still working on it.
Yeah, so probably the third question. Is it familiar? Not yet. So
not quite familiar.
Yeah, so just because it's interesting, relevant, and not familiar doesn't mean that you should do a research on ChatGPT. It may be personal research to you, yeah, but we need to see it whether other people think about this the same way. So later, just right after this, we are going to take a look whether it's too broad or too narrow, and what aspects of it that it's worth investigating. And this is actually a very crucial question to be answered, yeah. Initial research. Let's all go to Google Scholar. Very easy. Google Scholar. That's the topic. Can you all go to Google Scholar and test this topic? Put ChatGPT and see what happens. So you can do it on your own computer, but I did it yesterday. So this is what I came up with. ChatGPT, without doing any limitation on the time and relevance, etc., etc. I received 18,200 results in 3 seconds. Okay, so we know that ChatGPT is big. We know that it's trendy and hot, but it is too broad or too narrow, too broad. Role of ChatGPT in public health, ChatGPT in global warming. So if you put ChatGPT and say that my work is in ChatGPT, then you go to Google Scholar and you will see that that particular topic is just way too big, yeah, too broad. So, oops, ChatGPT with different spelling will also give you different results. Okay, so this is what I did. All right, what about if we modify it a little bit? ChatGPT and ELT. So this is more focus, right? ChatGPT and ELT 95. Good. It's okay, but I see something else. take a look at the results. This is about motivation, writing, language teaching and learning in general. So still, this is good, but there are other things that you will be able to find if you go further into observing, the results of your search. So ChatGPT and ELT, whoops. Right, 99 was 95 yesterday. So things like this, writing. So you sort of be able to see that ChatGPT is pretty big in writing. It is mentioned quite a number of times.
Yeah, but the thing is, you won't be able to find an expert yet. If you look at the number of citations of the papers there, they tend to be very small.
Yeah,
So
or 11
maybe
or
5,
4,
maybe 10,
yeah.
maybe 15, which means that these people are not known in the area of this line of research. And that can be a little bit tricky. So if I were you, for example, I would not go into researching ChatGPT yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
But out of interest for your teaching purposes, go ahead. But as a
for
research
practical
topic,
reasons, right?
for as a research topic, I will not do it yet. Yeah, the thinking is very simple. Remember what I said early on, that your research will have to be literature supported. So if you look at the references here from Yvonne's screen, there are not that many references in the first place. And another important point is that there are not that many experts yet in the area of ChatGPT in an ELT. So I would stay away from that. Yeah, but if you want to have fun doing it, go ahead. There's no harm in doing it. Yeah.
True, yeah. Or you can pick something a little bit more acceptable, like artificial intelligence. So not going specifically on ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is just a brand name, right?
Yeah.
It's just one of the companies that created this particular technology. But go to something which is, as Pak Willy said, more established. So artificial intelligence is a more established area of research. Okay. So interesting, only from one type of, from one database, we can get a lot actually, yeah. So one participant asked earlier today about the difficulties of finding resources. Yeah, so going to places like this is going to help a lot, because most people today are publishing their work as an open source work. Okay, now let's go to the next slide. So what I'm trying to highlight here is for undergraduate and postgraduate research, usually we have this understanding that once you pick a topic, you do lit review, write a proposal, and then collect data and analyze them, and then write a report, and everything is done. But what I'm trying to say from the 3 examples that I gave you earlier is just, this is actually not a linear process. So picking a topic is its own research. Yeah, and that's what we are going to focus on today. In the long run, this is the direction and stages of research that you may want to go to. But then for each of this stage, you will need to do your own research. So pick a topic, test the topic first. Make sure that it's not too broad, not too narrow. It's worth investigating, and ask a lot of questions before you settle on that particular topic. Yeah, so I'm going to use another example. So I'm sure that all of you are familiar with this. I've used this in many of my presentations in the past. This is about RM. So he learned his English from watching Friends, which is a mini-series, right? So, and you think that, wow, okay, as a new researcher, you see this as a new phenomenon and you're really interested in researching this.
We're back with BTS.
Okay. So mini-series friends in language learning. That's the topic first. Can you find resources on mini-series friends in language learning? Probably you can only find one or two. Yeah. So the topic is not viable enough to research. You may want to go into different areas, but still later on using friends in language learning. But you can look into areas of narrow viewing for improving oral proficiency, or you can also take a look at examples from well-published people. One of them is Michael Rogers, and he actually came up with research title like this: English language learning through viewing television, an investigation of comprehensive incidental vocabulary acquisition, lexical coverage, attitudes, and caption. So from one simple idea, you can turn it into a viable research by testing your topic, finding resources, and then you're modifying and doing all of this mini research only on this particular stage of your study. Okay, so we are going to take a look at 3 things now. How do we find those things that I mentioned earlier? Locating the literature. So in terms of sources, usually we talk about the type of sources and then the currency. So what Willie earlier said that, look, if you want to be current 5 years, if you want to be more established, then 10 years is the maximum. So sources. Many people think that the only source of scientific work is going to be like journal articles or books or book chapter. But if you go to APA, you will find that there are actually many types of sources and resources that you can cite. Yeah, so later on, go to textual work, for example. Whoops. And yeah, textual work like this. So periodicals, like journal articles, these are the most common ones being cited. It is important for us to know what type of work that should be cited, because later on, you need to cite them in your reference list. Yeah. So something like this: books, conference, presentation of proceedings, and this gives you at least an idea of the type of work that can be used and cited in academic research. Data and assessment toolbox or reference box can also be cited. Audiovisual media and online media. Okay. Yes, so I've shown this earlier. And then conference, dissertation, thesis, data assessment. And all you need to do after this is to find out whether they are current or not. So if you go to database like ERIC, for example, this is relevant to us. Yeah. You can choose publications which are published in 2023 or since 2002, and you can see, you can limit them so that you can come up with more relevant search results. Okay, the next one. In the past, well, we are actually very lucky today that we have all the tools that we need to, do simple locating literature activity. But in the past, it used to be like going to the library, go through the list of books in the catalog, and then find the books and read it, find out, oh, this is not relevant, put it back. And, it's really, really time consuming and tasking. So today, we have databases, we have integrated search tools, and also programs and plugins that we can use. And I'm going to show some of them. Yeah, so if you go to Google and find out about academic database, academic research database, there are actually so many. Yeah, not just Google Scholar. And my recommendation is for you to search in more than one, because they actually give us different answers. Some overlapping, some not overlapping. Yeah. So find the ones which are relevant to you. So for education, for example, EBSCO, ProQuest, ERIC, and those databases are relevant to you. For discipline specific, go to the discipline specific database or multidisciplinary database like Science Direct or Web of Science. You can also go there to find more references or literature in your area. But don't just settle with one database. So if you think that, oh, I think going to Google Scholar is enough, then you may miss many things. So for example, if you go to JS Tor and type in ChatGPT, you can come up with 20 results that are, some of them are in Google Scholar, but some of them are not. Yeah, so JS Tor is like this. Not many people use this, but usually ELT teachers and researchers find this very useful. Yeah, one of the issue is actually whether your university is actually subscribing to this type of database. Yeah, so Google Scholar is more accessible to everyone. But you can always contact your librarian and ask them to provide access to this. If you go to ERIC, ChatGPT and ELT, only one. Yeah, so again, they come up with different answers. And again, don't just settle with one. ChatGPT, 18,000 plus. Okay, the second stage after you go through that preliminary stage of researching databases, you can also go to this type of platforms that will provide you help in terms of identifying areas which are big or small. So something like this. ChatGPT is actually a very quite a narrow one. If you go to Open Knowledge Map, let's take a look. Yeah, there are only four publications in this. If you go to different areas, then you will see how big or how hot the area is. Yeah, this kind of platform, it's very helpful because you get so many different information about that particular work and also the area of study. So this will help you with, the keywords that you can later on use in your further search. So something like this. Oops. Okay, keep on. I put hyperlink, so I need to be careful when I press my keys. This is another one, connected papers. This will show you how one paper is connected to papers before it and also after it. Yeah. So for example, so once you read our work, for example, yeah, if you're interested in extensive listening and viewing, so I did this last night to see who are actually connected to our work. So these are the people that I studied, and these are the people who cited us as well. Yeah, what's good about connected papers is that it's linked to another database, which is Semantic Scholar, and you can find out more about one particular work, for example, the citation, those who cite you, and then the references that you use, and also other related papers. And related papers. Okay, but the last one that I found, I actually found this a couple of days ago when I did research on this. And the website is called Insightful. Yeah, this is one of the most sophisticated one that I found. So if you want to take a look at this particular website, let's see. Yeah, so I use Pak Willy's work here. Teacher, the tape is too fast. And it's cited by 128 and it's citing 12. You can see, and every day this is changed. Yesterday, there was only 2. And then, oops. Yeah, this is a dynamic kind of map.
Interesting.
So this is pretty powerful because you can see similar papers in this. Most important papers in this and in the area. So this will address the issue that Pak Willy raised earlier. Some of them are review papers, but you have to really go through them one by one to make sure they are relevant. Yeah. And you can find recent papers by the top 100 authors. And this is where you can find the people who are the top authors or the people who are actually working in this area. So here we can see Pak Willy, George, Richard Day, Julian Bamford. These are all the top, all the big players in the area. So you
very
should,
useful.
as Pak Willy said earlier, you should read them. If you want to later on, for example, go on a postgraduate research, I don't know, project, you can also contact people from these universities because they are actually publishing work on this. So if you go to University of Nottingham, probably you can find someone who is working in this particular area because there are so many work published from that particular university. And if you want to take a look at the journals that you may want to read and later on, do a more thorough search, you can see that the top journals are listed here. So this is one of the most sophisticated one that I've seen, today. So go to Insightful and make use of it. Okay, the next one. So now that you know the type of sources that to look for and you have the tools, is it enough just to put one keyword, or are there strategies that will help you, narrow down and make the search process a little bit painless, and faster? So strategies and finding and later storing and organizing, because you still need to refine them. During the course of your project, you will need to be able to find them again. So the initial finding, the storing or organization will influence how you will be able to retrieve the information that you have found earlier. And these are major problems for researchers, especially if you're an established researcher and you have so many things to read. Okay, so I used ChatGPT last night to generate questions. So ChatGPT is good for giving us ideas. It's very creative. It gives its opinion, but it's not an accurate platform or apps to use for research. So please don't use it for research. For ideas, for generating ideas, it's fine. So for example, last night I put investigating the efficacy of ChatGPT as a conversational language learning tool. And I asked ChatGPT to generate some research questions, and it came up with pretty interesting research questions. How does the use of ChatGPT influence foreign language learners' speaking proficiency and conversational skills? And then to what extent does ChatGPT provide meaningful and contextual appropriate responses to support interactive language practice? So there are some good keywords there. What are learners' perception of using ChatGPT for conversational language learning, and how does it impact their motivation and engagement? So the research questions are quite interesting and legit, I would say. But don't ask ChatGPT to write this down for you. Okay, let's try. If you put the effect of using ChatGPT on EFL learners' speaking proficiency and conversation skills, probably you will come up with many irrelevant findings. But what I learned from searching the internet is that there are actually tricks to make our search more focused, and that's by using Boolean operators. Yeah. So or, not, and those are Boolean operators. And if you combine this with parentheses and brackets, then you will come up with something specific. Yeah, and you need to do this again and again with different combination or Boolean strings later on. But I will show you how powerful this particular strategy is. Yeah. Okay. So hold on a second. I need to highlight this as well. So we have ChatGPT in our research question or title, but don't just stop there because it may be too specific. Yeah, so you want to find, or you want to put synonym or something which is quite similar to that, so that it will include these terms. So EFL, not ESL, because at this time I'm not interested in looking into ESL, I'm looking into EFL context only. So speaking proficiency, sometimes it's not called speaking proficiency, so perhaps we can put speaking skills or other words, conversational skills, into conversational ability. And when we are looking into effect, there are many synonyms of effect, right? It can be impact, influence, or outcome. So use all of those words and list them first, and then you can later on use those words. So I come up with this string. So effect or impact or influence or outcomes, and I'm putting the whole thing in brackets and put and ChatGPT or AI chatbot and EFL, not ESL, and speaking proficiency or speaking skills, or yeah. So if you put something like this, a more specific kind of search instruction, the kind of results that you will receive is going to be more focused on what you're interested in. So you don't have to go through like thousands of lists of everything. Yeah. So that's the string that I put in. So play around with this. You know, you can delete some of the variables and then add more variables to find different results. Yeah, and after that, you can use the limiter. Usually I use currency as the limiter, but you can also use any type or just review articles as your limiter. Well, when I tried to use the whole sentence, yeah, it came up with less results actually, but take a look at the kind of results that I received. Impact of writing, I'm not researching writing. So if you want to put something in that, you may want to put not writing or something like that. Yeah. So this is a very powerful strategy. So we have seen earlier that when picking a topic, it's in its own research. When we are doing a lit review or we are trying to find literature specific to our interests and needs, it is also another mini research on its own. And when you go through all of these things, you will find that research is not just a one-way linear process. Okay, strategies. So I've shown you some of finding strategies. Now storing strategy. Well, a lot of people use this, Sotero, yeah, and also Mendeley. These are reference manager that we can use to store everything that we have read and which are relevant to us, and we can also make classifications within it. And it will later on be very useful during your writing because you can retrieve the list of references and then put it at the end of your report. But today I want to show something which is also very useful. This is from an experience of conducting a doctoral study. So at that time, I found it very, very hard to put everything and to see things in one place, in one table. And when I found ELT, I was like overjoyed because, oh, this is what I tried to find during my PhD. And it took me 6 months to do that. And ELT, well, probably it will take about a day or two for you to be able to accomplish what I did in 6 months. Yeah, so ELT is another platform. So there is a desktop version of it. You can also go to the internet and do this. But I'm just going to go to the internet and show you. I put, how does the use of ChatGPT influence foreign language? Okay, that the same research question that I've chosen earlier. And it came up with something like this. So the title of the paper, including all of the information and also an abstract summary. But it doesn't stop there. So I'm not selling ELT, yeah, but I'm not endorsing it, but I just find it very, very useful because you can create a summary of your literature list. So it can give you the abstract, and if you check this, so for example, number of participants, it will give you the number of participants in that research and then the outcome, so on and so forth. And it will give you in the form of table like this. You can choose the ones which are relevant to you and then create another display for your particular library for that particular topic. And what is the most powerful one, I would say, is the CSV or the export feature here, because once you download it, it will give you a list that you can refer to later on. The abstract summary, the author, the year, everything is there. So if you need to go back, this is going to be very useful. And another one.
What is the name of the site again?
ELT, yes. This also gives you, this platform also gives you a feature of uploading your own PDF. So if you have found PDF from other sources, from Google Scholar, from contacting the writer, or from other sources, you can always upload it and create that summary of the research in ELT. Yeah, so you can upload your PDF there. And so, for example, just out of, whoops. Okay, that's going to be too big. Okay, right. Let me choose that one and analyze the paper, and it will give you the analysis. So it will save you a lot of times, lots of your research time, because you can have the summary there. You can also click individual work and export the work one by one. So it takes time because it is still analyzing and processing, but we can always go back to that page later. Yeah, so that's it. That's my first topic, technology as research tool. When I did this, I actually did a research on the type of technology that is going to be useful for particular function. So for brainstorming, for finding resources, for storing, sharing, or organizing ideas. And thinking about this, I only covered the 2 first stages of research that I showed earlier. So during the course of your study and your project, you will use many more of this research, right? So pick a topic. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So technology as research tool. When choosing one, think about it as, how can it help me as a researcher? At what research stage will it be useful for me? How can it be integrated into my research flow without distracting you? Because sometimes we want to find something which is the most sophisticated, the most up-to-date, but it may not serve your purpose. Yeah, so how can you integrate it without it influencing your research flow too much, and how you consider ethics and responsible use when using it. So this is like when we talk about ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT in preparing for this particular presentation when I'm looking for, research questions, just as ideas. How reliable and accurate are the information provided? Think about it that these are just machines and they work by recognizing patterns. They may not be accurate. And as a researcher, we are responsible for taking a look at every single details of our research, manually. So revisit it, just don't rely 100% on technology. And do you need training to use it? If you need training and it is for something very big, such as analyzing your data, you may want to, join trainings for NVivo, how to use it, and SPSS and things like that. But for the ones that I showed you earlier, you don't need to do training. Just watch some YouTube videos and then you will get the hang of it. Okay, now the second topic, technology as a research topic. So how can technology help us? I like triangles. So today I'm just going to focus on 3 things, just to make sure that we all remember. Yeah, 3 things. Does it work in ELT? How does it influence, EFL? How does it influence EFL, and how can it be exploited in or for EFL? So think about it when you want to research the use of technology and ELT. So don't just research it for its own sake. Yeah, so ChatGPT, but how can ChatGPT help us? So something like this, the effectiveness of using Grammarly. So this person is trying to find out, does it work in the context of ELT? When you use Grammarly, does it improve my students' writing skills? There are so many research like this on the internet. And the next one, does it work as the learning? The answer is here, tool. So does it work to assist us teachers and learners in performing language learning tasks? Does it work as a tutor? Or does it work as a mate to accompany us when we learn language? So this is a chatbot supported grammar tense learning on EFL students' learning effectiveness. So this particular researcher, it's not actually researching AI chatbot, but AI chatbot in the context of grammar tense learning.
Pardon me, Yvonne?
Yes.
I'm
5 more
afraid we
minutes?
only have 10 minutes. We still have 10 minutes
Okay.
left for the running session, Ibu.
Okay, thank you so
Thank
much. Yeah, I will finish in about 3 minutes. Yeah, the next one is how can it work best as a tool? How can it work best as a tutor and also as a mate? How does it influence EFL? So in this case, influencing the behavior and beliefs of teachers, pre-service teachers. And this is an area which is not many people are working on. How does it change the way English is learned or taught? Yeah. Because when we work with technology and because of the advancement of technology, the language that we speak is a little bit different now. So if you're talking about written language in academic context and in informal context, we will come up with a whole new genre, right? So we have emoticons and we have abbreviations and things like that. The language is changed. and the type of literacy that is required to be able to speak this new form of language is also different. And what we mean by proficiency or being proficient in the new language is also different due to technology. So this might be the area that you may want to explore later on when you work in the area of technology. What areas of ELT does it influence? This is also something to think about. Are you focusing on learning? Are you focusing on teaching? Are you focusing on assessment? Okay, so when working with technology, all sorts of technology, we have what is so-called the state of the art, the most sophisticated, the current level, but we also have the state of the actual. Yeah, so when I'm thinking about a topic or a research topic or something to do with my students, usually I take a look at this to the state of the art. What are the potentials? But we also look into what are the problems which are caused by all of this. And when you combine all of the two, the state of the art and state of the actual, you will be able to find that the gap that you want to explore later on in your study. So that will be my concluding slide. Thank you very much.
Well, okay, thank you very much, everyone, for such a wonderful presentations. I believe we still have, we wanted to have more time to have your talk and sharing sessions, but unfortunately, there are some limitations. So we still got like 8 minutes to have some comments and also feedbacks from the audience. So if you would like to raise your questions in relation to your research context, especially with the integration of technology, please feel free to raise your hand or write your question in the chat box. Yes, I think a lot of audience have been very interested in the way we use of technology to find the relevant and hot topics, as what you say, ma'am. Yeah, I think from my point of view, with the use of technology, that's going to make a lot of our job as a researcher very more manageable. Instead of doing it manually, I think this one's going to be very helpful.
So what do you think about Alison?
Alex, honestly, this is the first time for me to find the website, but the way it works, I think it's quite similar to the other assistant tool for research. So I think it still offers a huge prospect for us as a researcher and writer, ma'am. I think we have one audience.
The the information that Ibu Francisca, Yvonne, and me have shared with you, may be a little bit overwhelming. There's such, rich information. If you are new in the field, it may really be very difficult for you to get started. I would like to share a very simple, it's a bit like a shortcut. Remember, it's a shortcut. Now, here is my, my thought. As soon as you have decided on the topic that you want to investigate, that you want to do your research on, what you can do is to find a research study that is quite similar to what you want to investigate in your study. And I would call that empirical study your main reference, your anchor article. So the trick here is for you to find a piece of research study that has been done by an experienced researcher, and that piece of research is quite similar to what you want to do. And then you can use that as a model article. Are you with me so far? So you need a model, basically. If you are new, then you need a model. You need an example. You need something that is quite similar to what you are thinking of doing. Now, once you have been able to get hold of that empirical study, then look at it very carefully, read it 10 times, basically. Look at the way the researcher designed the study. Look at the way the researcher, formulated the research questions. And look at the way the researcher put together a literature review, and use it as a basis for you to do not exactly the same, but to do something quite similar. Because I don't believe, that two studies will be exactly the same. So in a way, I'm suggesting a kind of replication, just to get you started. Yeah. Now, once you have had one piece of research done and hopefully published, then you are in a better position to continue doing your own, research. But what is important here is this: when you read that anchor article, you should also be paying attention to the reference section. Yeah, let me say that again. You need to look at the reference section. There may be 20, there may be 30 references that researcher use in doing his or her research. Now, what you need to do is to read all those 20 or 30 references, and that will be your main reference points as well. I hope you're with me on that. You may, of course, add a few more references, but the references used by that researcher, and hopefully that researcher is a fairly well-established researcher, yeah? And then use exactly the same references, and then get it done. Once you have done your first research article, and once you are able to get it published, that will increase your confidence. I think confidence is something that is so important. People learn by looking at what other people have done and use it as a model, as an example. Now, once you have done, 2 or 3 or 4, pieces of research, then you are in a position to generate, your own research, more innovative and more, authentic type of research that is unique to you. So that will be my suggestions and advice. But if you're doing a big piece of research as part of your doctoral thesis or dissertation, then I would suggest that you basically do a more extensive search of the literature. I think Bu Yifan just shared with you an excellent way of, doing a more comprehensive, research, more comprehensive review of the literature, which you need to do. Usually, for a big piece of research, PhD thesis, you need about 200 references, sometimes more. And because of that, you need all the tools that you can get hold of, like, Insight for, what is the other one? I can't remember the name. And there are many other tools that you can make use of to help you put together a very comprehensive. One last point. Once you have been able to get hold of like 100 or 200 references, you want to stay with them. Use them again and again for your next research studies. And that's why the idea of staying with the same topic is extremely important. You spend a lot of time reading 100 references, 100 papers, right? You don't want to throw them away immediately. You want to stay with them, cite them again, look at the same studies, cite them again in your next studies. So stay with the same topic for 5 years or 10 years. And you'll become a very experienced, a very established researcher over, a longer period of time. Just follow Ibu Francisca Ivan's tips and suggestions. Thank you for listening. Sorry, that was a long. It was a long
No, not at all,
suggestion.
sir. Thank you so much for the addition. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think being acquainted with one specific topic is going to be very important for an emerging writer and author. Yes. We have one question from the audience, Ibu Yvonne. This one comes from Bapak atau Ibu Rudi Umardani. The question is, what is the main consideration of how to deal with technology in the pedagogical perspective?
The main consideration is the simpler the better. So it's not about using the most sophisticated one, but about using one that fits your needs and purpose. So it can be something very simple. So I've written a chapter on actually low tech topic, and how low technology can help language learning. So if you have the privilege of access to the most modern and sophisticated technology, the newest one, then do use it for your benefit, but it doesn't have to be like that. So technology is something that help us do our work more efficiently, faster, better, and it should serve its purpose. It's not supposed to make our language teaching more complicated than it should be.
Yeah, simple and easy to use, but even more important is it's freely available. That teachers can use it for free, that students can also use it for free. I think that is extremely important.
Yeah.
And I agree, we don't really need sophisticated technology to support English language learning. Remember that we can learn, we can help our students acquire or learn or develop a high level of proficiency in the English language without technology. Remember that, it's possible. So if you use technology, then technology should be used to further enhance the process of language learning, to make it easier, to make it more interesting, to make it more engaging.
Yes, sir. Truly agree with that. I think what matters most is always about how we can use one specific technology to improve our class and help our students learn better and better. Okay, well, again, we would like to say thank you very much to Ibu Yvonne and also Pak Willy. I'm afraid that's all we have time for. And ladies and gentlemen, could you please join me to give a high applause to our presenters, Ibu Maria Yvonne and also Bapak Willy Renandia. Thank you so much. It's been a privilege to have you two in our sessions today. Thank you.
Pleasure.
And we also would like to share another token of appreciation to Ibu Yvonne. 1 second. Okay, right. So here we go.
Thank you so much, Pak Dave.
Right. Yes, the pleasure is ours, ma'am. Thank you very much. Okay, and now we're going to pass the screen back to the Master of Ceremony, to Pak Rizky. To you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dave. Thanks a lot for Ibu Yvonne. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, please do not go everywhere because we just only still have two speakers from floor of all. Well, okay, so we are going to move to the third presenter, and I would like to invite the moderator, Ibu Ika Fitriani, MPD. Ibu Ika, can you hear my voice?
Yes, Pak Rizky.
Okay, so the floor is passed to you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rizky. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's nice to have you all here in this academic forum. I do believe that there are a lot of insights from Pak Willy and also Bu Yvonne related to the how to choose a viable topic in ELT research and how to integrate the technology. Yeah. All right. So I am here as the moderator for the third session. I am Ika Fitriani. And now we're going to discuss further about the pragmatic field and ELT research. In Zoom, we have had Ibu Musli Aryani. Welcome, Bu Arin.
Okay, hello, Bu Ika. Can you hear
How
me?
are you, Bu Arin?
I'm fine while teaching, but with the seminar.
Okay, so okay, it's nice to have you here, Bu Aryan. And first of all, I would like to read your CV first. Ibu Arin, or mostly Aryani, is the associate professor at Universitas Jember. She earned her master's degree in applied linguistics from Macquarie University, Sydney, and obtained her doctorate degree from Universitas Negeri Malang. She focuses her research on pragmatics, English language teaching, teachers' professional development, discourse analysis, and applied pragmatics. All right, Bu Arin, because it has been a 10:36, so we are going to proceed directly to your presentation. We have 30 minutes to share and discuss about pragmatics and ELT research, including a question and answer. Bu Arin, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ika. Hello, everyone. Hopefully you are not tired yet following the seminar from time to time. And I also follow the Pak Willy and Ibu Ipon's share of the information and ideas, very good suggestion, technology things. And so here I would like to present what I have already done in a very tiny part of my research. This one is on pragmatics. Hang in there, please. Here I have some of my students here, and then some friends also, pragmatics and ELT research. Hopefully that everyone knows already what that is, the study of language in use and how teachers and researchers, some people are interested in studying pragmatic instruction. Finally, yeah, this is currently investigated, and this is not yet that established as the previous research studies as has been informed by and shared by Pak Willy. And so, but pragmatics is something that I have just learned when I was taking my PhD, my doctorate degree in Universitas Negeri Malang, and I originally came to the idea when I was there at Macquarie University to take my Master of Applied Linguistics from the School of Linguistics and Psychology at Macquarie University, Sydney, under the ADS, the Australian Development Scholarship. So to take it short, that when you are listening to or heard something called pragmatics, it is a study of language use in context. So language in action. So how people are using it, and then what the meaning of that language in the context of when, where, to whom it is used. And so basically, this is about two fields in which this is called as pragmatic linguistics and sociopragmatics. So pragmatic linguistics deals with the resources or the linguistics resources that people use to select when they are speaking, choosing the right vocabulary at the right time, appropriate vocabulary, appropriate time, appropriate space. And so this is what people are doing and when they are interacting with other people. So failure in choosing the right word for the right time, the right space, the right person, or the right person, then it may cause a breakup or problem in the communication, problem in the interaction. And so other than pragmatic linguistics or the linguistic devices that you have to select, then we have also to be aware of what is called as sociopragmatics. So we have to be aware about where the context is happening, the sociocultural background of the person we are talking to, we are speaking to, the habits of what people are doing in a certain situation, in a certain discourse. So this is what I have already done. It's not that much. I have just learned about this and producing only few of writings on that, but I am fond of this one. And now with some of the colleagues in the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, we built or developed a applied pragmatics research group with several lecturers from other programs, like from PGSD and then from Indonesian language and then from some other prodi. And even we do some research together with doctors, with nurses, and then with business peoples and so on. So basically for pragmatic competence, this relates to ELT, English language teaching, in relation to the teacher's competence. So teachers has to have professional competence, pedagogical competence, and then interpersonal competence and personal competence. So in interpersonal competence or social competence, teacher needs not only to be able to speak English, needs know the knowledge about English, but also to be able to encourage the students, motivate the students, and hopefully that is going to be done using English. And if that is done by the teacher in the class, then that is going to be very good example for the students to observe of how people are motivating others and how people are complimenting in English and simple languages, simple gestures. And that is going to be the teacher's competence in pragmatics. That is the use of language appropriately in socially bound interaction. And so we are thinking about who we are talking to, with the learners, with the students, with their background, cultural, social, emotional backgrounds. We have to understand the whole thing if we are talking about pragmatics. I would see pragmatics in my research as more as a complementary field within linguistics instead of as the minor subject in which it is complementary, in which it is supporting to other linguistics field like semantics and syntax, but I would rather see this as a complementary field within linguistics. And so this is in addition to other linguistic field. So you have it there with the rules of pragmatics in the FL classrooms. If you would like to see it, realize yourself. If you are future teachers, you are now PPG teachers, you are now teachers, or you are lecturers. In fact, you are teaching using English as a medium of instruction, EMI. So you cannot take this for granted, if I may suggest, because you are going to use English not only when you are presenting the materials or new knowledge to the students of the content of education or pedagogy, but while you are interacting with the students, please try to use English appropriately to achieve the purpose of the talk, to achieve the happy communication and happy interaction with the class. In that sense, you are giving the students a natural language exposure. Instead of in a native language environment, you are giving the students the exposure of English naturally while you're teaching using English. You're using English as a medium of instruction. I do realize that at schools, it is almost impossible to speak English the whole time to the students. So I've been observing some of the schools, junior high school, and so the students PPG students are practicing there, and I was trying to communicate with the students. It's in the seventh or the eighth grade, the eighth graders. Not all are able to respond, but I think that they understand what I'm saying. So if you think that the students cannot respond in English, it's not necessarily that the students do not understand your English, but that's the time when they are coming to the silent period and coming to pick up or select and observe the language exposure. So just say simple thing like, good job, try this, try that. The word try that, please. So you're teaching pragmatics, using the word please, would you please, and so on. And that is going to be very good examples of natural language exposure that students experience in their class. And so that is going to be rewarding in the long run. Perhaps they are not going to be able to acquire that in that moment, even in that semester or in that year, but they are going to understand that that is the pragmatic features that they cannot skip when they are speaking English. The same case happened when it was given the example by Pak Willy. It's very simple as writing an email to an expert and asking for a research article. Then as simple as that, you need to say, dear Mr. Sir, whoever, that you're going to use the salute showing the politeness in English. And so the content is the same as you are going to introduce yourself to make clear that who you are and why it is necessary for him or her to send you the article. So it has been skipped. The same case happened when students are sending short message chat and asking for rescheduling, asking for information to the lecturers. Even in Indonesian, and some students are skipping the pragmatic features there, and it sounds like uneasy to my ears, to my heart. But I do understand that students are just students, they are learning, and so I give space for them to make some improvement, and I would show them how to improve that. So in class, teachers are going to direct, manage class, and formatting the students into groups, and asking students to open the book, giving compliments, and enforcing them how to study further. And so lots you can do in English. It's not just you are explaining tenses in English, but explaining grammar in English. You give the list of vocabularies, and that's English. No, English is when you are communicating with the students with the clue devices, pragmatic devices, linguistic and social pragmatics there. At least you are going to teach and adapt the culture of a nation in English. At least you have to introduce the students to the English culture. It doesn't mean that we are going to adopt all of them, but we need to have what is called as world Englishes. We are going to also adapt the culture. So teachers need to give learners models. Teachers need to use the language appropriately. So both roles are going to be crucial for teachers, and I hope that after watching this, you are going to think twice to skip pragmatic features in your speech, in your communication. The fundamentals of pragmatics and ELT studies are this one. This is not the only, but I have it, this one, at least you know this, how to do things with words, that your words are going to cause anyone improvement. You can encourage, you can discourage people by using words. You can kill people, you can love people with your words. So this is under the speech theory from Austin or Searle. You can choose either one of this one. At least you are going to have the theoretical framework when you are going to start studying the learners or teachers or authentic materials related to pragmatics. And then the cooperative principle and the conversational implicature. So implicature has been lots done in reading, in listening. What does the man imply? You're missing this, that actually when you go to the cooperative principles with the maxims of quality, quantity, relation, and manner, then you will see that there you are going to see that people are not always obeying or observing the conversational maxims. And so there will be a time when people are using implicature. They imply some things behind their statement, their sentence, the expressions. And then the last is politeness principle. You can choose either Lisa Brown and Levinson theory of politeness. And this is what we are heading for, that you are bringing the students to global participation, national participation, and then global participation. How would you stay lying down while you are not yet introducing the students to politeness features? So at least you are not teaching the students pragmatics as a study of language use, but you are teaching pragmatics. You are teaching the pictures, you are teaching the clue, the devices, pragma linguistic devices, the sources that should be taken into consideration, and how people are going to speak with the control pitch, facial expression, and that is going to be the realm of pragmatics. This is topics that can be done is pragmatic teachers. So in textbooks, you can analyze textbooks and you have a look at that one, whether the features of pragmatics, cultural background for socio-pragmatics are there. So you can study, analyze textbooks here. You can study that using discourse analysis. You can study using other frameworks here, critical discourse analysis, thematic analysis, whatever analysis you are going to implement. But the target here is pragmatic features. You want to see that. If you can see that how much and how low, what needs to be added in the book, then you are going to be the best teachers who can produce pragmatic-based construction, composition of books for the students. And then pragmatic awareness of teachers, of questions in the form of speech or written mode of communication, and then speech and production, speech act production, it can be politeness production. So how can you see it? So you can see from their own production by asking, giving the students situation, giving the students some scenario, and then they are going to produce spoken or written language. Or you are going to go to the authentic text, social media, mass media, and then you are going to select on the speech acts production of Asian people and YouTube, and Instagram, in the caption. So if you're talking about pragmatics, then you're talking about anything. Seeing language in the capital L. You see the pictures, you see the expression, facial expression, gestural, postural, intonation, pitch, and everything. And then you may also start with the topic of realizations of pragmatics, coming from maybe from the speech acts of request. There are lots under speech acts category, and then you see whether people are doing cooperation in a conversation. So you can use documents, you can use interview, YouTube interview, like K-pop speaking English with Ellen, interview, Harvey show, and sort of things. So students here experience in analyzing stand-up comedian, using the speech act, using the conversational principle, how people make a punchline and how punchline can make people relax. And that's the language analysis. And then socio-pragmatic skills. Instead of pragmalinguistic skills, something which is very crucial to improve is socio-pragmatic skills. You can choose that one, or pragmatics instruction. I did some research on pragmatic instruction and how each bit of it can be instructed, in which long ago it is not believed that pragmatics can be taught, but finally we knew that pragmatic can be taught. And so I started to believe that, following several people from the journals, outstanding people from the journals writing about pragmatics instruction, realization of pragmatics. And so you can see from applied pragmatics, and then Asia TEFL, one of it is from Indonesian writer, the alumni of English department students here, and then foreign language annals, IJOLE, Indonesian journal, and then Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics. So some of our students are also producing the analysis of textbooks here. And you can see that there are lots of sources that you can find in order to support what you would like to write about pragmatics in relation to English language teaching. And so here are some people that I knew. Jenny Thomas, first of course, it is about meaning in interaction. And then you go to Harlick, Kathleen Harlick, and then Naoko Taguchi, and the one, the youngest one, Pak Willy introduced me, if you realize it. when he gave the class in Universitas Negeri Malang. I have a name, and that name is already in my list. And so these are famous people, very strong, very talented, and very keen on investigating about pragmatics, how we develop EF learners pragmatics. So this is it. I thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Bu Arin, for the very insightful topic on the pragmatic and ELT research.
I'm so sorry, I cannot make it 30 minutes.
It's okay. So for the audience, do you have any questions related to the pragmatic and ELT research? Oh, there is a question from Rudy Umardani, Bu Arin. So code switching and mixing are very important, but in fact, the students with anxiety are at ease to interact with L1. What is the best strategy to cope with that matter related to the limitation of the second language or a foreign language acquisition? So what is the best strategy to cope with that matter? The students can gradually adapt the use of target language to the utmost.
This needs long time. The strategy is that you are going to give model from time to time. You do not stop speaking English. You do not stop using English. Try every way. It's not always verbal. Language is not always verbal. So we can use gesture. So bit by bit, the students are going to be able to code switch. Yeah, from one level to another level. Then we can, of course, what the students are achieving, we are going to remain patient. Yeah, this is the only way. You need time, you need to practice yourself, and you are going to feel like, I do not feel like teaching if I'm not teaching a grammar or the generic structure of a text. I do not feel like teaching. When I come out of the class, what did I do? I just talk and chit chat with the students. So you don't feel like you're teaching. So you would rather have grammar, list of vocabularies. I have taught this. The fact is that the students did not learn that way, but the students are going to learn language only by doing it, by that, and then bit by bit they are going to pick or select some words that they would like to use, and so in that way then they are going to start speaking, to start writing. Yeah.
All right. So regarding to ELT research, Arin, can you please share how to start the research in pragmatic and ELT for those who are not from the linguistic department or have a limited knowledge on the linguistic? That's very interesting.
So do you mean that he or she would like to study in relation to language teaching or study in other field? Because pragmatics can be done in other fields. So communication, I did it. I trained some doctors to have good communication with the patient, with the society, and training the kader masyarakat, kader kesehatan. So communicating using effective communication is basically teaching about cooperative principle, that doctors should observe the 4 maxims in the conversation or cooperative principle, that they are not going to be cheated by the patient. So some patients are not straightforward, so they are not giving the information they're supposed to give. So doctor needs to be keen on that, whether the quality of the information is meeting the requirements of the cooperative principle, while an analysis and diagnosis is to be failure if the doctor cannot identify whether the information is qualified, whether it relates to what he or she is trying to find, and whether the manner the patient is doing is confirming to the quality of the information. Besides, they have also drawbacks in the quantity of the information. So some patients are not speaking up, and that is going to be hard for the doctors to dig up the information. Then, if I may say, if someone who would like to study pragmatics not in relation to language teaching, then the same case happen. We are implementing that in communication, doctor-patient, lawyer and the clients, customer and the seller, employer-employee, this is the same. But in English language teaching, then what you need to know is the standard of communication in the classroom. So that's basic. So pragmatics, the theoretical framework should be mastered or understood very well. And then you come to the idea of what is standard communication and interaction between the people or interlocutors in the discourse is willing to achieve. So say that in the class, we have a different standard from when we are talking, chit-chatting in the party. So somebody who is tend to have good way maybe in the class is not that that person is good enough to be a communicator in a party, in a hanging out. So you're not good enough when you're hanging out, or you're not good enough when you're talking to someone who is sick. But you can talk only to someone who is ready to study. So this is the art of studying pragmatics. So number one, you have to know about the theoretical framework of pragmatics, either one of them. And then you study also the standard harmony that you have to achieve in the communication between interlocutors, between you and the client, between you and friends, between you and spouse, partners, yeah, between you and bosom friends. So this should be understood very well in order that you are not picking the wrong clue of linguistics, linguistic, and the wrong clue of socio-pragmatics. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the insight, Bu Arin. So actually, there are still a lot of questions, I'm sure, from the audience, but the time is quite limited. So we come. Yeah, so we come to the conclusion that a pragmatic is related to the context of the language use. So we have to be able to use the right words at the right time for the right person. And I can highlight that pragmatics and intercultural communication have to go hand in hand because it is related to the social practice. In order to make an effective communication, and pragmatics should be considered in the process of teaching inductively, focusing more on how to implement, not teaching a pragmatic, but how to implement the effective communication in the English class or ELT class. All right, so thank you so much, Bu Arin, for sharing the fruitful and insightful topic on the topic of pragmatics and ELT research. All right, so before we proceed to the end of the third session, I would like to give a token of appreciation for Bu Arin as the presenters. Wait a second. This one. Thank you so much for Arin for sharing.
Thank you, Panitia.
All right, so I give the screen back to the MC, Pak Rizky. The screen is yours. Thank you so much.
Well, okay, thank you, Bu Ika. Well, okay, thank you so much also for Bu Arin. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, the last but not the least, okay, so we will have also the spectacular presenter, and also will be accompanied by the youngest lecturer in our faculty, our study program. Well, okay, I will invite Ibu Areta Puspa. Ibu Areta, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, Pak Rizky, can you hear my voice?
Sure, yes, it is very clear. So I will pass the floor to you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rizky. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hello, Ibu Fitri.
Hello, Bu Areta.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, sure. Okay,
Okay,
Fitri. Yes.
thank you.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the last sessions with the super outstanding speaker for this webinar. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Not really. Still remah-remah momogi, Bu Areta.
Wah, kalau
remah-remah rengginang.
Kalau Bu Fitri remah-remah rengginang ini, saya remah-remah apa nih?
Enak, gurih.
Iya, gurih. Ya, siang-siang. Oke. Kita this last session sampai lupa deh. Makan siang ditemani dengan Bu Fitri.
Oke.
Ya.
Monggo.
Ya. Before Bu Fitri have presentations, I would like to read her curriculum vitae. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Fitri or Siti Masrifatul Fitria. Yeah. She is a lecturer and researcher from University of Jember, and she is also a children's story writer. And she got undergraduate degree from Universitas Jember, and she got a master and doctoral degrees from the University of Manchester. And her research interests are in narrative inquiry, researching multilingually, language policy and planning, multilingualism, and teacher professional development. And one more thing, that she has been published academic paper on entitled Practice and Performance, Changing Perspective of Teachers Through Collaborative Inquiry. And she also reviewed from TESOL Journal, Applied Research in Higher Educations. Okay. She has been got funding from Kedaireka in 2020. Okay. The last informations for her is she has been published more than 100 children's story books. Wow. Okay. We have very super outstanding speakers for the last sessions today. Okay, Bu Fitri, are you ready? So you have 30 minutes to present.
Okay. Okay, well, probably about 15 minutes, 15-20 minutes to present, and then we can have a chat after that.
Sure,
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Bu Areta.
Yes.
Okay, so can I start my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sorry, that's still on my Instagram. Okay. Okay, well, so thank you very much, and thank you for hanging in here, everybody. Thank you for staying. This is almost lunchtime. Okay, so probably I'm going to talk briefly. So I have listened to the amazing speakers, Pak Willy, Bu Yvonne, and also Bu Arin, yeah, and probably I'm going to share a little bit insight about paradigms, designs, and methods of research. Okay, so talking about current issues and trend in ELT research. So which one is more in trend currently? Is it qualitative, quantitative, or both? Mix. Okay. Okay, so if we talk about qualitative and quantitative, probably we have got to go through this positivism, interpretivism paradigms. Probably when I was doing my undergraduate degree, like long time ago. Okay, so probably positive is still in abundance and still very strong, and at the moment as well. Yeah, this is still very strong, but gradually Indonesia, we have got more and more interpretivist researchers. Okay, and qualitative comes bit by bit into the field. Okay, so okay, so this is not me doing the systematic review. Okay, so thankfully somebody has done this. Okay, so this is actually the map of the paradigms of the designs approach that people use to research on ELT. So this is the systematic review done on TESOL Quarterly and ELT Journal, like of the most significant journals in our field in ELT. So as you see here, quantitative takes about 35%, okay, and then qualitative is now occupying 44.8%, and then mixed method 20.8%. I don't know if so the statistics would be correct, yeah. Okay, because I took this from the journal. If you see here, quantitative and qualitative are like coming hand in hand, yeah. So they are equally like more and more researchers are using like these both designs in their publications. Okay, so I did a little bit of my homework yesterday, and I was curious, and I checked in TESOL Quarterly. So from from this, okay, so like Bureta said, I'm quite interested in narrative inquiry, okay, and I have done quite a bit of work on this particular research design. Okay, so apparently 269 hit when I asked search. Okay, so how many people has used this narrative inquiry, okay, either in their keywords or in their title, and then more in case study, and then 463 in experimental study. I did not search any more designs like other experimental designs. Probably there will be more of people using the positivist paradigm. But when we talk positivist means more quantitative type, and then interpretivist is more qualitative type. We interpret the data. Okay. Okay, so classroom action research. I believe that this is quite popular in Indonesia, and I believe teachers in service and pre-service teachers we use lots of classroom action research in the studies. Okay, so and I wanted to see the development as well, like how this design has developed over time. Okay, and then as you see here, from over the period of 1980s to 2023, okay, there are about more than 1,000 articles published in this all quarterly, which has used classroom action research. And then over this current period, 5-year period, so there are 216 researchers using this design. So is it still in trend? Okay, so I believe that classroom action research is important for teachers, both pre-service and in-service, because this is part of teachers' way to improve their practice. Okay, so you have got to make it still in trend. Okay, so how to make it in trend? So instead of like using the same way of doing classroom action research, we can be more creative. We can integrate like more designs, like probably incorporating to design positivist and interpretivist together, qualitative and quantitative. And I have seen some articles using those integration. I will show you later on. Okay, so well, actually, this moving from like strictly positivist in the past, and then into more recognition of interpretivist into qualitative is started by this notion, okay, this thinking of Brunner, okay, in 1980s. So he said that we human being, we have two modes of thinking, two modes of cognitive functioning. So we have got to appreciate both ways. So we don't only appreciate like to seek general truth, to seek generalization or scientific ways, okay, statistic ways to find the truth, to find what we want to find. Okay, but we have got to appreciate as well that we have got paradigmatic and narrative mode. So people, we are storytelling being. We like to tell stories like every day, maybe ad hocly, probably in our office, we keep on talking about our practice. Maybe we talk about our students, we talk about our colleague, we talk about our project, our work. Okay, so in ad hoc way, so that's been very rich. So can you imagine if we do systematic way to research the stories, the talk that we have got? So we will get lots of insights. Yeah, that's true that when we are doing qualitative research, this is not in a way to prove or to generalize things, okay, but we will get rich insights that we can use to improve our practice, okay. Positivist and interpretivist, which one is more valuable? Both, of course, yeah, because with positivist, with quantitative, we can go in breadth, we can go like we can seek what happens in a vast context, okay, in for example all over Indonesia or all over the world. what happened, but with qualitative we can go in depth, more in depth. We can see what happens inside, what is actually happening in people's thought, in people's thinking. So probably if you study narrative, you have learned that narrative can be a way to help you see other people's world into their stories. So this is like the portal into people's mind, like the door into people's world. So yeah, it can functions like that. When you are telling the story, you are revealing, you are disclosing like who you are. Okay. And sometimes when you are telling the story, when you tell long story, and then when you are in the narrative mode, what we call it, you are going to disclose something like what is actually what you feel, actually what you experience, actually, and what actually you want to tell. So that's the interest, the beauty of having stories and qualitative data for our research. Okay, so okay, so there if you see this, okay, these are like the high ranking journals. This is the elite journals, okay, in our field, I believe. And you see like I only capture the qualitative. For sure there are lots of quantitative journals, yeah. For example, you have narrative inquiry journal, so you have qualitative research, and then you have reflective practice. Like all of these can be home to your research, yeah, if you are interested in the methods, in the qualitative method. Okay. Okay, so these are some examples. Okay, some examples of qualitative papers, qualitative and quantitative papers, yeah, that I found in the journals. Okay, so if you see here, I talked about action research earlier, and you see this particular researcher, he is incorporating reflective practice into action research. So this is, I believe that this is both quantitative and qualitative into one, yeah, because in action research you want to see improvement, and improvement you need to measure, you need measurement, okay, but there is also the qualitative dimension in this research, and that is collaborative reflective practice. Okay, I think we have done lots of reflection as well, yeah, as a practitioner. And if we can pen it, and if we can write it, yeah, we can publish it. Actually, we have lots of ideas, I believe, in mind, that we want to publish, we want to we want to contribute in the whole body of literature about ELT. But I know that as lecturers, as teachers, we have lots of things to do, yeah. Like we have what is that in the meme, multiverse of madness. Okay, we have everything. I see the famous meme that we have got to do publication, we have got to talk to our students, we have got to do the administration stuff, we have got to do this and that. But for sure, I think research is really interesting, yeah, if it is related to your interest. Okay, it can be personal interest, and then I believe that you can, your personal interest can fit into what is the interest, what is currently in trend, like in the world. Yeah, we can, if I believe that if you're interested in something, for example, myself, I'm interested in narrative research, and then I'm going to seek more, I'm going to read more, and this interest will somehow intersect with what happens in the world, something like that. And probably Bu Eka and then Bu Areta are more interested into yeah, into technologies. So I believe that you search more again, you research more about this. Okay, actually, technology is a part, inevitably, this is an inseparable part of our day-to-day practice, right? Okay, so yeah, that's really important. And Yvonne has told you like what to research on technology. And narrative, qualitative, for sure, we use technology as well. For example, if like myself, I'm not a super organized person, so I would need some help from NVivo, for example, or MaxQDA, okay, this type of tools to help me organize my data, okay, and then not really interpret the data. Probably quantitatively, we can ask SPSS, yeah, to give us the results. But for us, for the interpretive piece, for the qualitative researchers, we are the tool, yeah. Although we have got NVivo, MaxQDA, but still we have got to do the work. We have got to code. We have got to do like everything up to the interpretation. Another example. Okay, so this is a narrative paper in linguistic education, quite high-ranking journal as well. Okay, so this is from our esteemed colleague, Pak Budi, Prof. Budi. Okay, so he is researching on English teachers' critical reflection on pre-service. Yeah, this is pre-service English teachers' reflection on their teaching practicum. Okay, so it's been published. Okay. Oh, this is myself. I was using reflective come narrative. Okay, when I talk about how I survived my imposter syndrome. Yeah, maybe if you know what is imposter syndrome, and does anybody know what is imposter syndrome? No.
Feeling not
Okay.
good enough.
Oh yeah, feeling not good enough. Okay, that's correct. Thank you. Yeah. I believe that as an academia, like we have got sometimes, or maybe lots of the time, we have got a feeling of being imposter. Like, am I in par with my colleague? Like, have I done a good quality research? Have I done a good teaching? Have I inspired my students? Have I? Okay, so we have got lots of questions like that. For sure, this is not very good. Yeah. Okay, this is a type of like illness, so we have got to manage this one. So if we have got imposter syndrome, so we have got to be able to manage this one, and we have got to come up, believe in ourselves. Yeah, that's easy to say, but sometimes uh yeah, sometimes it's quite hard. Yeah, if you see like some big people, like lots of big people, oh, they have published a lot, they have. Okay, so we will see ourselves like what I said before, yeah, remah-remah memugi, remah-remah rengginang. But actually, if sometimes this type of feeling, this kind of feeling is actually um it hinders you from developing yourself. Like that's what actually I experience sometimes. Like, I cannot think, I cannot work, I cannot write. Okay, because like I feel I'm an imposter. So can I do this? Those type of self-doubt, it can be a barrier sometimes into developing ourselves. Okay, so that's this is how this is my story actually of how I survive being an imposter, having an imposter syndrome. Okay. Okay, maybe Boreta also have told you earlier that I'm also a children book writer. So yeah, I like telling stories, and I like to use stories as well as my means of doing my research. I like narrative inquiry and story type research. Okay, so this is one of my work practice and my team. Yeah, okay, so this is I did with my colleagues from the University of Manchester. Like, I was part of what is called Coalition of Research School. So in the University of Manchester, we work together with all the schools in Manchester, yeah, in Kabupaten Manchester. Okay, so we work with the teachers and then with the students, and this is one of the publications that we had, like how teachers who participated into our collaborative inquiry, how they change the perspective. Like, are they more focused on practice or performance? Okay. Okay. So do I still have time, Bu Areta? Or
yeah, you have 5 minutes around.
okay, 5 more minutes. Okay, thank you very much, Bu Areta. Okay, so I have prepared this just in case. Okay, I still have time to talk more. Like the previous speakers have introduced you to lots of like dimensions of what is in a trend currently in our world in ELT, and probably I can add up a little bit. Okay, so again, so this particular researcher, he has a map which one is in trend, and you see here teaching practices and method. I think that's been popular like all the time. Yeah. Okay, like that's all like never ending topic for us. Okay, because we always look into our practices and methods of teaching. And then what we can see here, global English and lingua franca. Yeah, so that's what is currently popping out. Okay, as you see, as the moving from as the world is becoming more and more interconnected, so with world English is like English is becoming like the ownership of English is changing from the native speaker. Okay, it will be problematic, yeah, to say native speaker. You are going to question me, who are the native speakers? Okay, and to English as belongs to the world, yeah, because like lots of people in the world speaks English. So who is the owners of English? Who are the native? Okay, so lots of this discussion has been currently in trend. So if you are interested in for example, to study about your perspective of having particular accent, okay, or your perspective of your students, okay, of having particular accent, or like which are you more into native speakerism paradigm or world English's paradigm, ELF or EFL paradigms, English as a foreign language or English as a lingua franca paradigm? For sure, that is currently in trend. So I think that that can be an interesting focus you can study on. Okay. Okay, so this is from the open knowledge paper. You can see this is the trend of topic in ELT. Okay. Okay, so yeah, even there is one journal dedicated for world Englishes. Oh, sorry about the cropping. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is a comparative study, yeah, a comparative study of attitudes, attitude of the I don't know, the students or the teacher, yeah? Okay, toward Caribbean, British, American accent in Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom, and the United States. Wow, this is quite massive study. Okay, so these people, these researchers are comparing like attitudes of people from different part of the world. Can we do that as well? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you want to know the attitude towards Jonglish, yeah, probably Jawa English, okay, or Jenglish, yeah, Jember English, okay. I don't know if my English is more Jawa or more Maduris, because we are in Jember, we are Pandalungan, yeah, we speak both languages, but people always say that we are Madura Swasta or Jawa Swasta, yeah. We are not really Maduris and not really English, and not really Japanese, yeah. For sure, we are not English. Okay, so this is the example. Okay, this is another example. So there are lots of journals homing, having the scope to home articles about these issues currently. Okay, accent anxiety. Do we have accent anxiety? Do you want to sound like Harry Potter? Harry, open the door. Okay, or you want to sound like Taylor Swift? Or like who is Chris Martin, yeah, from Coldplay. Okay, yeah, okay, mungkin yang habis war deh. Like there are lots of people who want to get the ticket, yeah.
Sorry, Miss,
Okay.
2 more minutes.
Oh, 2 more minutes. Okay. Okay, so these are like other examples. I remember some of my colleagues when I did my PhD in the University of Manchester. So they also focus on the paradigms of like whether teachers are more prone, more inclined into native speakerism paradigm, or have they embraced the world English's paradigm yet? Okay, so that can be a question as well, yeah, for our research. Okay. Okay. So I believe that will be it, Bu Areta. Thank you very much. Okay, I will stop sharing.
All right, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Miss
Yeah.
Fitri, for the outstanding presentations. All right, Ms. Fitri, actually we have questions from Alimin. So the question is, what type of journal are mostly published in Scopus, qualitative, quantitative, or mixed method?
Okay. In Scopus, yeah. I have not done my search yet in Scopus overall. Yeah. Maybe you can do like some research. Maybe you can search in Scopus which one is more in use, yeah, qualitative or quantitative. But in ELT, like it is currently quite imbalanced, yeah. Okay, like the statistic I showed you before, so in two major journals, TESOL Quarterly and ELT Journal, like quantitative 35%, qualitative 45% ish, and mixed method about 20%. Yeah. So which one we should use depends on you. So which one are you interested in? Okay. As long as you do a good qualitative research and a good quantitative research or a good mixed method research, I believe that there will be a journal to home your article.
So it is belief. Can we say that it is belief on ourselves? This is what's that? This is my belief to go on qualitative, or this is my belief to go on quantitative. Can we say that like this one?
Maybe a bit more into preference. Yeah. Yeah, probably sometimes people who are there can be debates. Yeah. Okay. I maybe I have told that I once had a debate about like why do you why do you qualitative people, like narrative people, why do you have to do this research if you cannot find the truth, if you cannot find the generalization, what is it for? Okay, so for sure, yeah, we need to know what is actually, if we do only quantitative, we only know the surface, but what is actually happening inside? Well, what are the students thinking? What are the students, the teachers' experiences about things? So for sure, we need to know this type of thing if we want to improve the quality of ELT in our school, in our country, even, or in the world. Okay, we need to know those voices. Yeah. Otherwise, if we only do quantitative, and then those voices are going to be unheard, are still going to be marginalized. Okay, so both are important, and both have the place in the world of research, in ELT research, but it depends on our preference. If we want to do qualitative, okay. If we want to do quantitative, that is fine. Okay. If we want to do both, that's all right. We have mixed method. Yeah, we have mixed method as well.
Yeah. One more question, Miss. Okay, how we can have the strong determinations in one of research designs, like you. I see that you have strong determinations on narrative. How we have like this one?
Okay, how to have the strong determination, yeah, strong love into one particular research design. Okay, probably because I'm a storytelling being in nature. I like to tell stories. I like to listen to stories. So that's how I become interested in narrative research. So actually, I have not always been interested in narrative research. So I have what is called narrative turn as well. So how I turn into narrative. That's because I believe that by listening to people's stories, I can learn more. I can have surprises. I can share surprises as well, and people can, that narrative can be therapeutic as well. Although, as a researcher, of course, we are not psychologists, yeah, or psychiatrists who are using this particular research model, okay, to cure people with anxiety or with trauma, okay, but it somehow make you relief after you tell the story. So this is I think it is interesting. Like I have done a couple of narrative research, and it's always interesting to listen to people's stories. So it's yeah, how to be more how to lean more into one particular type of design. Okay, I think that there will be a journey for everybody. Everybody has got a journey, and everybody has got their interest. Maybe if you like numbers, so you are going to be more into quantitative research. If you like stories more, you are going to be into qualitative research more. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Miss Fitri, for the
You're very
outstanding
welcome.
many things for us. We get
Okay.
yes a lot from you, and we learn
Thank
a lot from
you.
you. Yes. I would like to sum up for these sessions that in qualitative and quantitative, we have current issues and trends in ELT. So we have many things, issues and trends in ELT that we can learn from Ibu Fitri.
Okay, thank you, Bu Areta.
All right. So okay, so thank again and again, thank you very much, Miss Fitri. And
You're very
we have
welcome.
a token of appreciations from the committee. Okay, I would like to share screen. Okay. It is for Miss Fitri.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Give applause. Okay, udah.
Thank you very much. Belum.
Oh, belum.
It's still coming. Still
Oh,
coming.
sorry. All right.
Okay.
Please give applause to Miss Fitri.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, wait. Okay. Pak Rizky. Thank you
Okay.
for Miss Fitri, and I back
Thank
to
you,
Dr.
Bu
Oscar Mamet.
Areta. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Bu Areta, and also thank you so much for Miss Fitri after having the great presentation. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, so this is the end of our webinar today. Well, before we close the event, I would like to say thanks a lot for the all presenters. The first one is Pak Willy, Bu Yvonne, Bu Fitri, and also Bu Arin. Thank you so much for joining this webinar, and also all the participants from all of the cities in Indonesia, as well as perhaps the participants from the other countries. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate of that one. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, after this, our team would like to share the link of certificate. So please take a look on the meeting chat, and you can fill the Google form, and then we are going to close the link at 2 p.m. Okay, 2 p.m. sharp. No more extension about that one. So please, you can do it as soon as possible. Well, so before we close today's webinar, we would like to tell you that next week on Saturday as well, we are going to have the other webinar. And please let me share the screen. Here we go. So this is our second webinar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so we do hope that you have been registered in our list of participants. If you haven't registered yet, so you can go to the QR code for the registration. Okay, so next week we are going to focus on the technology entitled Adapting Technology Within the ELT Classroom Practices, ladies and gentlemen. And also we will have four exactly presenters. The first one is Dr. Gumawang Jati. The second one, Dr. Finita Dewi. The third one, Ibu Mutiara Bilkis, and also Ibu Areta Puspa. Two of them are from our study program. Well, okay, so we are waiting for you all on next week on Saturday. Well, okay, I am Rizky Febri. Thank you so much and see you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.